Hi, guys. Sorry for the delay. Welcome to the show, live from Los Angeles. It's your host, Lord Hellesmont V, your favorite pseudo intellectual, and still the most eligible bachelor in Watch YouTube. Guys, we're gonna talk about a question today that's pretty much an organic outgrowth of what we were talking about yesterday, which was about the best deal you have ever struck when it comes to a watch. And today we're going to talk about the worst deal. And of course, there will be a lot of personal stories, but I think these two sides of the coin really help you figure out what is going on with the watch market today in a very profound way. And it was part of the theme of yesterday's discussion as well. But we will come back to that, and I'll try to tell you a couple of stories from my purchases. Again, I chose as the best deal I made my Explorer 2 Polar with the white dial. I think it was by now 7 years ago almost, and I got it from a jeweler, and I haggled and I hemmed and hawed, and I made a deal right around 4.5. I didn't want to pay more than 4. Then I discovered it actually had boxes and papers, and the box and papers and the world was set right again. But at any rate, I also made some other deals when it comes to my date. Just for example, 16014, um, which is like a late 70s with a quick set date and a silver linen dial. Very nice monochromatic look, great dress watch. I got that again at the beginning of the pandemic on eBay, of all places, and I just knew what I liked. I knew what I wanted. It was just a watch, naked by itself, no box or papers, but it had the original bracelet, period correct, same date. The code of the bracelet matched roughly the serial number of the watch case, right? Which is an interesting um, combination that we sometimes have to make in the world of vintage watches. You know that on my Instagram, I share with you some of these vintage Rolex advertisements, and they will help you discover very quickly that the authentic bracelet was actually more or less an optional purchase. So the way these things were distributed, the way they were purchased, they were sitting in the shelf on the shelf for a year, two, and they were matched with appropriate bracelets at the point of sale. So there can be discrepancies. All that being said, I got a great deal on that too. 3.25. I always wanted a date just. It was the right time. It was before all this craze started. That was a great deal. Um, Over time, at least at that time, it was an okay deal. Over time, the deal I made for my JMT Master 16753 root beer with the nipple dial, that turned out to be quite nice. But when it comes to the worst deals, the bad deals that I struck, um, that were watch related, I think more often about the times I missed out on a watch because I didn't get the deal I wanted, or because I was actually haggling so much. I was doing so much tire kicking. I was really looking for a steal rather than a deal. So I couldn't actually finalize something, and those watches actually ended up skyrocketing in value, and quickly going out of my reach, and well over my budget. And sometimes it was still the right decision because it's not what I wanted and it's not what I would want to um, keep in my collection. And that's my main principle. If I buy a watch, I buy it to keep, I buy it for myself, I buy it to wear it. And I have no intention of turning around or selling a watch that I acquired, and certainly I have no intention of doing that as a process of flipping, as they call it, as a way of making profit. George Varghese, welcome back to the channel. It's so nice to see you. Welcome back. So, an example of those bad deals, or some of the worst deals that I did not make. I talked about yesterday this 5513 from 1984, which had an engraving on the case back, which was an absolutely naked watch because it was the watch head only, and it was being sold by this jeweler down in downtown LA, one of those that are actually situated in a high floor of a business building, commercial building. And again, it was selling for a little more than what 5513s from mid 80s with the appropriate oyster bracelets were selling for. 93150 usually is retrofitted into these. And I backed out, but I spent the rest of the day and rest of the night thinking about that watch and doing some research. And of course, I took a step back because I already had a 5513 from an earlier period, and I'm still quite happy with it. So I was thinking, why do I need another Submariner? What turns out that I needed it like a bullet in my head. So I spent the entire night researching, and I find out that the engraving was actually pretty momentous, since it was about Olympics in Los Angeles in 1994, US yachting team. And I discover that they were actually issued these Submariners on rubber bands for the Olympics. And the next day I woke up as early as I could and ran back to the place, but the watch was already gone. So that was lesson learned, and that was one I regretted, because we are really talking about $300 there, $500 over here. It was a deal that I could have struck. And I have a Submariner with personal significance, but I think some of those iconic models, like a Submariner, like a Speedmaster, like a Reverso, really mean so much more if you acquire one with even a minor historical significance, right? It could be also like a pilot's watch, or a Rolex GMT Master used actually by a commercial pilot. It could be anything. But when you have those sorts of tool watches, purpose-driven watches from another era that were actually used by people in an athletic event, on a historic occasion, or regularly in a professional setting, it adds some sort of meaning. So I was a little sad about that, and that's generally I can call that one of the bad deals that I did not make, or it was a bad deal because I didn't make it. But, and this will help us probably to broaden the frame of our discussion and talk a little bit about how the hype market actually works, and what we can do to perhaps, I'm not going to say put a stop to it, but perhaps dampen it down on a personal level, I think this can be an occasion for that. For example, I arrived in Los Angeles around 2015, and I think FB Jean opened a boutique here either in 2016 or 2017. At any rate, I had a friend who was working for Christie's at the time. So he was supposed to be in New York for one of their auctions, and he said, "Why don't you go to this boutique? They make great watches. You'll enjoy yourself, and they have a holiday party. It will be great." So I went, and this is the FB Jean boutique on Sunset, which architecturally I think it was one of the best watch boutiques I've ever seen. Alan Gildo, welcome to the channel. NB, hey, nice to see you, man. Nice cigar, nice watch. Alan, again, congratulations. I don't know if you got your watch yet, but wear your new Seamaster in good health. That was a good deal that you struck there. But so at the time, again, 2017 was the time when F. Bergeron was coming um, into recognition. Right, they were already quite established in the U.S. because they had their New York City boutique. I think they already had the Miami boutique, and I think Francois Paul's brother, I think his name is Laurent. I always forget, but Laurent, who was managing the Miami boutique, was actually making the transition to Los Angeles with his wife. So he was moving to Los Angeles. So that was an occasion to meet him. Uh, as you might know, they have a full bar in their boutiques, which is the case in Los Angeles. So there was a lot of scotch, a lot of finger food, a lot of interesting characters. Um, Nice party, and I made some contacts and I went back to the boutique. But again, I want to recognize people who are trickling in. Persona GC, nice to see you, man. And Bruce G, hey, welcome back to the channel. And Alan Gildo says, I'll post it up once it arrives. Yes, the wait is sometimes the sweetest part. So enjoy it while it lasts. Um, one of the worst things about being a collector, and I don't always experience this, but sometimes you get a watch that you really wanted for such a long time, and it arrives, and or like you get it and you put it on your wrist, and at times you can feel a little deflated, or feel like, now what, so what, or what next, right? So that's a very dangerous thing that sometimes happens. It didn't happen to me more than once, but it's that you are unfortunately bitten by the collector's bug and caught the ailment, if that happens, and I hope it doesn't. But in either case, this is really the sweetest part. As someone who likes uh, vintage watches and always buys in the pre-owned market, I I enjoy the chase. I take pleasure in the hunt. I really savor the journey first, and then getting the actual watch at the end of that process of search and research and studying and learning. That's just the icing on the cake. That's just an additional level or layer of pleasure. SB, my Seiko 5. Love. Keep up the good work, Lord. Enjoying all the YouTube vids. Yes, I'm actually going to post a video next week about the new Seiko 5 Sports GMT. So stay tuned for that. SB, I appreciate you. I appreciate you being here. And Persona GC says, I always feel that it's more about the chase and then it just settles once you have it. That does happen too, and to some of the best. I was reminiscing about an interview with John Goldberger just yesterday night, when he says, for him, he's done. Once he puts the watch on his wrist, he's done. He's already thinking about the next piece to acquire, right? For him, the entire pleasure is the chase, is the hunt, is basically the process of acquiring the process of sourcing the piece, locating the piece, negotiating for the piece, maybe doing a part exchange for the piece. Yeah, I mean, in German, there's a very nice way of saying this. Die schönste Freude ist die Vorfreude, right? It's like the pleasure that you build up in expectation, the enjoyment that you get from building up your expectation for a certain event is perhaps the best part. And I don't think there's anything fundamentally wrong with that, as long as it doesn't make you lose sight of what you already have, as long as it doesn't deprive you from the pleasure of enjoying what is already yours and what you already hold in your possession and what you already should be cherishing and enjoying. Alan Gildo says, what's next is an illness. The hunt is the best part. So yeah, I went back to the FP Jean boutique here on Sunset, and it's really worthy of that location, of that name. Lots of sunlight in that place. Again, a beautiful boutique to just look at watches to begin with. Whatever you are wearing on your wrist already starts looking good and much better by 5 times over. So it's it makes you feel good. You feel good. And they brought out a few watches, and of course their chronomètre bleu was very appealing, both because of the accessible price point, and they actually had like a store sample, which for whatever reason had this huge scratch right at 1 o'clock. And it was in tantalum, and at that time I was really not familiar with the material. So again, I hemmed and hawed, and it was really, you just put down your name, and they were delivering that watch in a couple of months, and I passed. And in that case, I'm really glad I'm passed, because I would have gotten that watch and got bored of it. Like blue being one of my favorite colors, I'm already sickened by blue. I'm already tired of seeing sports watches or even dress watches with blue dials, blue faces. And I know if I had gotten that watch at retail, and if I saw it trending up, I would have sold it, and I would have felt like a businessman rather than a collector. And that feels good in other avenues, in other areas of life. I've never really taken pleasure from that. Now it is what it is. I like making my money by actually earning it in other areas. I don't resent anyone for making money on watches. I also make my money by buying on the cheap, so to speak. Getting things when they're not perhaps so trendy, perhaps not that desirable to others, and it helps, when you trust your own instincts, when you trust your own gut, and when you're not afraid to make your own decisions. Of course, to make your own decisions, you have to actually take the time, you have to have the patience, and you have to have the resources to study, the focus, the mental focus to dedicate yourself to study and learn more, know what is out there, know what to look for, and know know what your budget is, and that's a very important um, thing. Persona GC, having FP Jaune after all the hype, I'm a bit tired. So I feel you. I don't feel like wearing it anymore. That's yeah, I would have been devastated if that were the case, right? So it sounds like a catch 22. Um I don't know if that would have happened to me, but it's a possibility, right? What if you're actually deprived of your joy um of wearing a watch that you own because it's just not fun anymore. I think that would have been much more devastating than selling it because you are tired from it and you just don't like it and making a little profit, right? You know, becoming ambivalent about it, still liking it quite a bit, still loving it, but not quite enough to wear it frequently, and not hating it enough to get rid of it, to offload it either. That must be even more difficult. And yeah, I had that sort of experience with a couple of watches that were really hyped up. You know, the Vacheron Constantin overseas came out in 2016, and I was in their boutique in Beverly Hills in 2017. They had them in stock all the time. Uh, I actually, as I do, again, I told you I'm like with all the interesting people that I know and with all the weird people I've met in my life, I still place myself in the top 10 tire kickers and hagglers. And I actually asked for a discount in the boutique to see how far they will go. And they did offer me a 5% discount in that on that 300 with dates overseas, but I did not like the watch, so I did not get it, and I don't regret it for a second. Because once again, the best thing that would have come out of that, and that wouldn't have benefited my enjoyment or the hobby in general, that I would turn around and sell it, because I think the whole idea of that watch. Having, like, you know, the best blue dial in the market, that in itself I find very absurd. But anyway, again, you know, my principle is usually that whether I like a watch or not, if it's out there, um, it's certainly right for a certain kind of buyer. There's certainly someone out there who will enjoy that watch, who will appreciate it. So I don't take it too seriously. But again, that was a deal that I didn't strike, and I don't regret it one bit. And this is what I want to say ultimately. Now, we have all these different kinds of watches that people really like and really want for whatever reason, right? And again, this is a judgment-free zone. I don't I don't blame or judge people who are after hype watches. But a lot of the bad deals and a lot of the worst deals that are made in watch related business, that are struck when it comes to watches, is when people chase after what is hot, right? Whether they want it passionately and hopelessly or not, that's secondary. But what is hot, obviously, is trending up in the price, trending up in terms of the prices asked in the secondary market by gray marketeers. Pardon me. And people are ready to pay and pay more and pay it now just because they want that watch so much. And the regret comes usually later. Sometimes it might set in right away and right after the purchase. Um, but a lot of times, a couple of years down the road, especially after we experience these sorts of moments, where there's a recession, where the markets start seriously coming down. Let's put it euphemistically. Um, when there's a war, when there's a shortage of some necessary supplies, when the gas prices are becoming exorbitant, 2-3 years later, people realize that they have significantly overpaid for certain pieces, and that becomes some of the worst deals people made because they wanted a watch and they wanted it now, and it was hot, and at the end of the day they ended up overpaying, or perhaps even stretching their budget too thin, or going over and above their budget. um, I think that's really important. So I hope all the worst deals that you made are deals that you did not actually make, that you missed out on, that that were really attractive, but for some reason or another you didn't finally pull the trigger, or it just didn't come through. Maybe the seller backed out at the last minute. I think that's the best kind of worst deal. Much worse is when you end up overpaying significantly, because that is what the market price is at that point in time, and you turn around and that's not the case anymore, right? Think about Rolex bubble bags, right? At some point they were all the rage, especially pre-internet, basically pre-internet communities for talking watches. Rolex bubble bags were all the rage. Ralph Lauren had one of the best collections in the world, if not the best collection of Rolex bubble bags. And now you can't give them away, because now people want to collect watches that they can wear. People want to collect watches that they can show off on social media, and as charming and as collectible and in a way as iconic as Rolex bubble bags are, as kind of time capsules and dream machines onto their own. They're not hype watches. So now basically you can't give them away. So don't assume that the hype watches of today will always remain hype watches of tomorrow. That's the other lesson that we can derive from it. SP says, thinking about buying Tudor Pepsi, really think it looks like a cool watch. What's your opinion? I think I keep saying this whenever Tudor comes up. If I were today starting out as a young collector, if I were today, for example, in college, um, and had the same excitement that I had um, when I was in college, I think my excitement would probably be directed towards, first of all, contemporary watches rather than vintage or pre-owned. And I think with my passion for Rolex and a certain vintage style or vintage inspired tool watches already being apparent, Tudor would be for me the first place to go. Now, among Tudors, I love the Pelagos. I love the Pelagos on, with the blue dial, blue bezel, and with the full titanium bracelet. I think that's one of their best watches. I I know everyone hates it, but I actually like the PT01. I think that's a very quirky little watch and very charming. Um, but I do love the Black Bay series. I love that the bronze ones have the 369 dial, which I find again very inspiring, because it reminds me of those explorers with the 369 dials. And when it comes to their so-called diet Pepsi or diet root beer, right? Their GMT models, I actually quite like them. Um, honestly, they remind me quite a bit of the 5-digit aesthetic for for Rolex GMTs, like 16710 or 16713, perhaps, for the root beer's case. Although it's a mix of a lot of different elements, of course. Um, I'd go for it. I would go for it. If you're into GMT function, if you want a travel watch, this is a great option. I actually like it better than their take on the so-called root beer. Um, I think that bezel color combination is iconic. I think the case proportions are actually quite nice. Again, um, I find the Tudors a little too thick and too hefty for me, but I know that's exactly what some people are looking for, right? They want a more robust, a heftier, chunkier sports watch on their wrist. They like that feeling. They prefer that feeling. In fact, they would say things like, vintage Rolex watches feel like toys. How can people pay all that money for them? Um, I mean, set aside the fact that I never paid all that money for any of my vintage watches. Um, I find it a little offensive, and I always get irked by it. But I understand that some people's preferences lie um, in this area, right? You want some chunk on your wrist. You want that feeling, and it feels more robust. It feels more reliable when it's heftier. So that makes Tudor incredibly attractive for people who want at least a part, at least a tinge, at least a feeling of the vintage Rolex tool watch aesthetic, but with a more modern build. Um, I think it's a great watch. If you can get a little bit of discount on it, or if you can get it in the secondary market on a good deal, and always negotiate, always talk them down, never be afraid. The worst thing that can happen is you will turn around and look for the next deal. But I think this is a great watch. GB, hey man, thank you for your contribution last night. Thank you for that Cash App contribution. It really does help. I genuinely appreciate it. Thomas Broadbent says, worst, I traded a 1996 Tudor Big Block acquired in 2004, pardon me, for 1750 US dollars for a new Linde Verdelin 1 white dial ostrich strap, equal trade done in 2010. Judah, welcome back, Joe. Alex Biz says Diet Pepsi is worth it just for the movement. I agree. I think, look, as much as I complain about how Tudor watches got thicker in that transition from ETA to in-house movements, um, I think the collaborations they have been doing with Breitling, the Tennessee manufacturer they established to build their in-house movements, those are all positive developments. I'm not suddenly taken by this whole marketing scheme of we make everything in-house. But granted, it means something. It means they're offering some sort of added value rather than just slapping a generic movement into their case and sending it out, right? At least they are building their own movement, and a GMT movement is not necessarily uh, the most uncomplicated either, right? Since we know how excited we are, for example, about the new Seiko 5 sports GMTs that are offered right under 500, but that's not the full real GMT movement. That's what they call a collar GMT or an office GMT, right? So it's to have a GMT movement in and of itself, I think, is for Tudor's GMT series, whether you are talking about the Pepsi or root beer. I think it's worth it, and it's with the full bracelet, I think it's right around 42, 41.75. I think that's a fair price, and yeah, these are cool watches. I like them. And with the way 5-digit Rolex GMT Master 2s have been trending, this is a very attractive option, right? Because this is a fraction of that price. You would be hard pressed to find something in good condition for a 5-digit GMT Master now for less than 12K. And yes, the prices are dipping, but still, those are not being given away anytime soon. Persona GC says Tudor has a lot of interesting models. Take the Tudor Royal, a day date on stainless steel. Yeah, actually, I was, my weird idea slash fantasy for a new Rolex model was actually inspired by the day date oyster quartz and the fact that something such as Tudor Royale or Tudor Royal existed in the lineup, right? Where they had an integrated bracelet design, and I was wondering if Rolex would at some point do something with an integrated bracelet, just like they did, the Datejust and Day Date oyster quartz, just like they did um, a model earlier using the same integrated bracelet design and automatic movements. I'm trying to remember what the model reference number was now. Give me 1 second. Yeah, 1530. That was it. That they actually had one of those quartz date cases produced in a powered by an automatic Rolex movement. Anyway, so I was thinking maybe that's one model that they can somehow revive in some fashion or another, but it's probably something they wouldn't do because they don't want to seem like they're following any trends, and this would have been very trendy and hype oriented in a way. But could have been an interesting thing to see. Honestly, I would have loved to have Rolex do something with the integrated bracelet design, which is something they always had. Well, they had at that same 70s moment and for much of the 80s and later in their catalog. So I would have loved to see that. But Tudor Royale already exists, and that is an interesting watch. Again, not my favorite by any stretch of imagination in the Tudor lineup. Um, but I don't quite hate it either. Honestly, I think it's an interesting design. The bracelet required some more thought, I think, because this is basically just the day date oyster quartz bracelet, which I never quite liked. I do love the oyster quartz version, the integrated version of the president bracelet. I do like the integrated version of the oyster bracelet we have just seen. Um, but this I was never attracted to, and it's not something they they really put a lot of thought in clearly. And the bezel also leaves something to be desired, because it's like a mix of fluted bezel with the engine turned steel bezels that the older Datejust have. Um, and again, it just looks like a mishmash of different things that don't quite come together. And don't get me started on the Roman numerals as well. So there's just too much going on, too many different things on this watch that make it a mix that doesn't really make sense as a coherent piece. But I like the fact that they have an integrated stainless steel bracelet watch. Thomas says, did because of the adventure of the founder's story, the Linde Wedelin. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like the making of a bad deal, going after just the story. Um, Linde Wedelin does not back up their product. The watch was handsome, but they failed on the loom. They outsourced, uh, but claimed Superluminova. Could not do the job in the Himalayas. Went dark in 3 hours at night. Their solution was for me to send it to them and then send it to the dial maker and then pay for disassemblage and handling cost if it worked. Yeah, that sorry to hear that, Thomas. I mean, I guess you couldn't have known. You couldn't have known. And ultimately I know that you settled for your Explorer in 39 millimeter for the job in the Himalayas, and you're quite happy with that. So at least the story um, has a good ending. And SP says, keep making the sports vids. I'm gonna make the live streams for sure. Tonight I didn't wanna um, focus on the fight. I mean, I'm always interested in the boxing fights, but tonight I wasn't in the mood to call a fight, so I skipped out on that. Um, but I will continue on doing play by play for football games, for soccer games. I think the Europa League final, honestly, yeah, I mean, it's very gracious of you to call yourself a big Scottish football fan. Most Celtic fans that I knew were actually quite happy that Rangers lost. Um, so, so big up yourself. That's very generous and gracious of you. I wasn't supporting any of the teams, but I'm always actually kind of happy for any game that goes to the penalty shootout. I used to, when I was younger, I used to kind of resent it, um, because it seems like, after 120 minutes of blood, sweat, and tears, you basically have, 5 to 10, 11 penalty shots. And that, I thought at the time, reduces it to a game of chance. But the more I thought about it and the more I learned about the game, the more I grew as a person and as an athlete myself, even though I never played football, soccer at any level. Um, I realized how much of a mental focus that it requires to take that shot. Um, Score or miss. It takes just a lot of training, a lot of practice, and a lot of willpower, a lot of mental focus, a lot of just a lot of guts, especially in a cup final, to take a penalty shot for your club. So I really appreciate any game that goes to the penalty shootout. and I thought the better team won for the final, but it was already a great run for Glasgow Rangers to make it to the final. And I think it was, and it had kind of, the whole thing had a little bit of a 90s feel for me, because again, when was the last time Rangers were in a cup final like that? When was the last time that Eintracht Frankfurt were in a cup final like that? It was a lot of fun to watch. By the way, for this one's sports talk ended up being a little bit of a ratings poison. Half of our audience ran away, but it's okay. We'll gain them back. We'll get them back. Feel free, by the way, to continue sharing your stories for some of the worst deals you made when buying watches, or some of the best, because some of you were not necessarily here yesterday. So if you have stories of some of these steals and some of these deals you made when buying watches, share them, and some of the worst deals that you made could be interesting. Thomas Broadbent says, deemed in the range of acceptance. I guess he's talking about the Linda Vedlin watch for the luminous material. It was the No Blink Euro Douche Hustle, the importer bulk 2. They blew it. Lesson: buyer beware of the story-based indies. I traded back to the dealer for JLC. Yeah, I never trust these micro brands, especially the ones that do like limited runs of 90 watches, that they release online, and before you can even pull up the website, everything is sold out, and oh, better luck next time. How desirable our product is, you can't imagine, but there's zero quality control. In fact, the quality control falls upon the customer's shoulders, right? The end user has to basically test out the product, and oftentimes it leaves a lot to be desired, even though they cost a lot for what they are. I think the last scandal for this is like, what is it? L'Aventure. I think there's like a brand like that makes like absolute copies of I don't even know what it looks like. I think it looks like a damaged Nautilus, honestly, which already, my opinion, I don't really hold that design in such high regard. But it's really strange how some of these Kickstarter brands and independents have tricked the customers in the last few years. Thomas says, maybe the mistake is our lessons to capture value. Always try to buy pre-owned. Example, Tudor pre-owned. Yeah, I think, look, I don't know why people are so afraid of buying pre-owned watches, so afraid of being tricked and hustled, and always say that it's a minefield, to buy vintage watches, to buy pre-owned watches. Well, it is a minefield to buy watches from independents who have 0 years of history, and there's no guarantee that they will be here next year or 5 years from now either. And then what, right? Why are people spending thousands and thousands of dollars of money on these micro brands that haven't proven their metal, and that usually have the most generic designs that's mime and copy, pardon me, whatever is the hype watch at any given point in time. and people are fine, throwing away their money uh, at things like that, at $500 at a time, $1,500 at a time, and nowadays six, seven, $8,000 at a time. And somehow people are hesitant to enter the vintage watch market. I sometimes it blows my mind, but I think it's just some are just really enamored with the idea of the next big thing, for shiny new objects, um, and it's hard to convince them that there is another world out there, that in fact that's not just something dull and damaged. That's actually something that is a vehicle for all sorts of memories and stories. It doesn't need a reinvented marketing campaign. It doesn't really require an influencer to put it on their wrist. It's already a watch that has proven itself time and again, and trust that it will be here 5 decades from now as well. And I think that's what Roger Smith basically said about the use of silicon and other sorts of uh, innovative material in watch movements. Right? He says something like, I can I can find a watch movement that's 200, 300 years old, and I'll be able to rehaul it, clean it up, assemble it back together, and it will work. I don't Implying that I don't know if that will be the case with silicon hairsprings and silicon balance wheels and whatever else. Right? So it's sometimes best to know, best to stick to things that are known, that have worked, not try to fix them if they're not broken, um, and improve incrementally and gradually. And we sometimes hate, for example, Rolex for moving at that glacial pace, but there's a lesson there. There's a lesson in the way in which they have basically clung onto some of their best designs, and they did not mess with them over the years. They introduced one small cosmetic improvement here, one practical technological innovation there, one movement upgrade in another place. Um, Play a little bit in every generation with the case size, but usually in the right proportion. I think honestly, the 40 millimeter, the advertised 40 millimeter um, supersized cases and maxi dials were a blip in history, and I'm very happy that it was fixed. And that's just another testament that no one is always right. They don't always get things right, of course, but at least by being independent, by being owned by this foundation, they actually have the liberty not to give into the whims of um, some random trend. They don't have to every 10 years or so, they don't have to find the next big thing and install that person as their CEO, who runs the company and runs it to the ground and then just leaves with a parachute or for the next best thing. It's sometimes good to move at a glacial pace, because what is there to be gained from inventing things out of the whole um, cloth, or what is to be gained from rediscovering the same continent over and over, regurgitating these these old designs, especially if you are not doing it at least a little bit better than what the original is doing. Thomas Broadband says, yes, L'Aventure, they send me stuff, always sold out, never show prices. They look cool. Buy the Omega Moonswatch for 2060. Enjoy the hunt. Trust me, they're nowhere near $260. I think they are much, much more expensive than that. Thomas Broadband says, rule of thumb, base value should be Tudor is priced 50% of Rolex. Well, Thomas, I know you have very strong opinions. I don't know where you come up with that. I mean, who says that Tudor should be priced 50% of Rolex? According to what? Can you give us an account of what really accounts for that marketing placement in relation to their production processes? Or is it the difference in marketing budgets? Is it the difference in materials they use, the movements they use? Because the market is the market, right? You might think that that's how things should be, but it's not always going that way. Rolex traditional value pre-owned 20-30% from the current price of a new version of the Rolex model. That has been the historical pricing, but things have been anything but historical in the last few years. And now things are changing again, but are they really going to go back to what you laid out there? I highly doubt it. And also, one important thing is, of course, Tudor is not what Tudor historically was. Tudor is still the sister company to Rolex. Tudor is still operating in conjunction with Rolex, in tandem with Rolex. But Tudor is not anymore a Rolex watch, Rolex case, Rolex bracelet, slap an ETA movement into it and offer it as a more affordable watch. That's not Tudor's business model anymore. So whether Tudor watches were priced half the value of Rolex in the past, that doesn't really have the same currency in this moment in time, because Tudor now is basically an officially sanctioned Rolex brand that makes modern, utilitarian, reliable, robust, vintage inspired, tool watch inspired pieces that are aligned with the values that Rolex has once presented, and in a way that it doesn't anymore, right? Because Rolex has become exclusively an exclusive and luxury product, right? Rolex is not, they don't make tool watches anymore, and they don't sell at those prices anymore. So that proportion, I think, between a Rolex and Tudor watch has changed a little bit. Eddie, welcome back. Upvote and subscribe. Reminds everyone to upvote and subscribe. And with that, guys, we have actually are finishing our first hour. So if you have not subscribed yet, please do, and upvote, hit that like button. It really matters. It really helps me gain a little bit more exposure. It really helps me as I push my way to, pardon me, to 1,000 subscribers and to get this channel monetized. And if you want to help, if you want to contribute to the channel, if you want to encourage me in running more of these live streams, creating more new and original content, more exclusive content, you can always consider a PayPal contribution at lordhellismontv@gmail.com, lordhellismontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App, $LHVVV, $LHVVV. Um, and that's my primary point of contact, by the way. So feel free to reach out to me with an email or with a message there. And I, if you have any topics for future discussion, I'm happy to consider them. If you want me to dedicate you a personalized video, do a review, or look into a watch brand or model or lineup, I will happily do that for you. And if you send me an email, I'm sure we can also set them at a time of your convenience. So it will be my pleasure. Thomas says that would mean that Tudor has pricing power to go up, and I think they have been going up because Tudor is less than 50% of new Rolexes, even at retail. You're right. Persona GC says, great conversation. Thank you, Persona GC. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. I know I don't know if he will drop by today, but one of our audience members actually just received a very, very nice watch, uh, a new watch that he took to the shore almost immediately. And I'm not going to share the photo now. I'm waiting for him to at least turn up in the chat and approve it himself. Or maybe he will come on the panel and show off the watch himself and maybe do a little bit of an unboxing. So I hope that we can see that today or maybe tomorrow. SV Tang 03 says Rolex is overpriced. Tudor is overpriced. I don't disagree. But tell me something new. These are, at the end of the day, these are luxury products. So they're not going to be selling them to you at cost. Um, and the fact that they are, for the most part, for Tudor and for basically all of the lineup and more for Rolex, means that there are a lot of people out there who are ready to pay that price and ready to pay even more than that in the secondary market. And I agree with you, SV Tang 03. I think we need to fight against that attitude. We need to counter that idea that just because supply somehow is outsized by demand, that these things should be selling for and should be bought for twice or three times the retail price. I think we should resist that idea. So I completely agree with you. But um, on one level, on a very factual level, they're not overpriced because people are buying them at that price. If they're selling at that price, that is the price. If they're selling, in fact, more than that in the secondary market, it means they're worth more than that retail. Um, in a in this vulgar capitalist market, things are worth what people are willing to pay for them. So I agree with you on a more emotional level, and I do think that we have to resist that idea of paying premiums for Rolex watches or for Tudor watches or for any luxury watches. I think we need to argue against that idea that we need to have these watches now and um, horological value be damned and list prices be damned. I will just pay it now and pay the premium, pay the piper, and get the watch now. I think we need to actually fight and argue against that viewpoint. We need to take a stance against paying premiums. We need to take a stance against authorized dealers, and they exist. I haven't encountered this practice in the US yet. I haven't been told about this practice for a US authorized dealer yet, but I hear all the time from some other countries that there are authorized dealers for Rolex that actually have what they call a courtesy swipe, which means that they agree to sell you the watch, but they charge you once for the MSRP, charge you a second time for a premium that they get to keep as an authorized dealer. I mean, imagine the level of dishonesty. Imagine the pure lack of ethical backbone. Imagine the greed and gluttony that these people represent, right? And I know the cognitive dissonance of having half a dozen luxury watches myself and talking about people who want more in this way. But hey, there needs to be, we need to draw the line somewhere, right? People need to have some values, right? If you are going to hold on to the idea that you are the biggest Rolex AD in this particular region of the world, you have this and that volume of sales, you need to hold on to your part of the deal. If you're an authorized dealer for Rolex, you have to sell the watches at the prices they're listed. You cannot ask for premiums from your customers. That it's just not how things are supposed to work. And that's one of the silver linings actually in this market downturn when it comes to watches. I don't think they are going to be able to sustain that business model. I don't think a lot of gray market dealers are going to be able to sustain that business model. And I for sure don't think that authorized dealers that are either operating in cahoots with the gray market or operating as gray market dealers themselves, they're not going to be surviving this particular moment, at least not unscathed. SV Thanks says, agreed. I'm just trying to point out it doesn't make a lot of sense to say, i.e., Tudor should be 50% of Rolex when they're all inflated. Again, great points all around. It's just a game of how high we can go at this point. And the sky's the limit, unfortunately, SV Tang, right? You know, we need to just enlarge the community. We need to just expand the community of informed customers. We need to keep each other in check. We need to learn together. We need to educate each other. And that's why I appreciate your intervention, right? I hope you didn't take it personally because I picked it apart a little bit. But your statement is absolutely correct and very thought-provoking indeed when you say Rolex is overpriced, Tudor is overpriced, because you are alerting us to the fact that these companies operate at this point as producers of luxury commodities, and they are placing themselves in a market where they don't naturally belong, right? So they need to somehow either put up or shut up, either substantiate that claim of actually belonging there, or they're just inflating a hype. They're just pumping up, blowing up a balloon that's eventually gonna burst, and there is going to be a lot of consequences, and there's going to be a lot of collateral damage when that happens, and we don't want that, right? Because we actually are passionate about at least some of their products, at least part of their lineups, at least a section of their heritage. At the very least, we're passionate about wristwatches, so we don't want the industry to face something of the level of quartz crisis in the 70s, for example, right? We don't want that to repeat. Thomas Broadbent says prediction flippers will fade. New will be accessible. It is already becoming accessible in a certain way. Secondary market will recede back to the historic trend line as laid out above. Uh, I, look, Thomas, I think you have a lot of self confidence, and I appreciate that. But you're speaking as a prophet at this point, and you know, prophets have usually interesting fates. Um, Back to the historic trend line as I laid out above. Conclusion: be patient, negotiate. That is something. That is a piece of advice that everyone can take to heart. Always, always. The best deal is the next deal. The best deal is out there. Never be afraid to ask for a discount. Never be afraid to negotiate. Never be afraid of talking down a price. And actually, the biggest and the best bargaining chip that you hold in your hand is just turning away. And that's actually a good thing about watches that's the good thing about watches becoming a luxury product, because we don't really need them. They're certainly not a necessity in our lives. They're truly a luxury. That means we can do without them. That means we don't need that next watch. That means we don't need to buy another watch. That means we can walk away from a deal if it is not to our heart's content, right? So, as Thomas says, be patient, negotiate, and if you are not happy with the deal, just walk away. That's always the blue chip you hold in your hand. Um, they might just give you the deal because you have that power to walk away, or not. But again, the next deal is the best deal, and it's out there. You'll keep trying, you'll keep looking for it, and in the meantime, maybe you will learn something new. Maybe you will fall in love with a different watch, or maybe you will fall out of love with wristwatches altogether. Who knows? But you will not lose anything by being patient and by walking away from certain deals. Thomas says, go to the AD, buy a new Tudor, buy a new Rolex at list. That is a fair relationship. Of course, buying things at list is still good. Of course, you know that in another era, in another time period, you could always ask for a discount even on new Rolex pieces, but that's not the case anymore, right? That's another deal that I missed, right? At that point, I thought, and I was clueless, right, in a way, because I thought I really wanted a day date, especially before I become 40, right? I still have a few years to go, but I thought, like, you know, that could be a way of looking forward to my um yeah, my fifth decade, basically. And I was really in love with that anniversary pink gold olive green dial day date. I thought it was beautiful, and it was a little different than the vintage 4-digit day dates that have come and go, and that I actually also really like. And I love that watch. I asked for an authorized dealer. I passed on it, I think, twice in the US and once when I was abroad. Um, and especially abroad, it was a great deal because they were gonna write up and submit those duty-free papers. So I was technically getting a discount. But the last time I missed it, an authorized dealer here in Southern California offered it to me, and I went and I saw it. And you know, being this was before the pandemic, but even then, I was already used to the idea that this is a precious metal Rolex piece. You have to give me a discount, right? I am doing you a favor by taking this off your hands, because that's how it was. Um, these things would be sitting in the cases, sitting in the vaults for sometimes years at a time. So by buying a precious metal piece from your Rolex authorized dealers, you were doing them a favor. Um, but I guess that was already not the case, because they basically said absolutely not. You know, this is a very desirable piece. What are you talking about? We won't give you. I was like, okay, right. That's another one that I missed, but I'm happy about that for two reasons, right? Because not only do I have an old soul, I also age like the avocado that's on the kitchen counter. So I'm already a 37-year-old guy who looks a 57-year-old guy. And if I were also wearing a day date around my wrist, I guess that would take things to a level where I can't even um, contemplate. But more importantly, again, it's a watch that I grew out of love with in other ways, and now at some point before the market started dipping and the prices started coming down, I think it was selling close to $100,000, and it was outrageous. And again, you know, if I took any of these deals, I would have just become a flipper, and that's just not how I operate. But more importantly, it teaches you, you know, there's, for everyone who is out there who is willing to pay two times the list price, three times the list price of these things, there's a guy who is not even happy with the list price, like SV Tank or 3, like I was in a lot of these deals, right? Especially with the day date. I thought they had to give me a discount. And again, I don't regret it one bit. I don't regret it one bit. It wasn't the right watch for me. I didn't want it enough, because I wasn't even willing to pay the tag price on it. But ultimately, sometimes sometimes it's a good thing that if you are a top 10 tire kicker and haggler, and sometimes it makes you miss out on certain deals that are otherwise decent, but you're looking for a steal, really. But that's not such a bad thing overall. I think that's much better than ending up paying, for example, a $95,000 for that um, pink gold day date with the olive green dial. Thomas Broadband says Rolex, Patek, and Audemars Piguet dealers have gone from sales culture to a take delivery model. Guys, give me a second. I want to get a drink of water. I'll be right back. All right, all right, all right. Hey guys, welcome back to the second part of the show. So I'm gonna post the link again. It's there pinned. Feel free to jump on the panel, but otherwise also feel free to share some of the best and worst deals you struck when buying a watch or when selling a watch. Thomas already shared his. I shared a couple of mine, both in terms of good deals that I struck and bad deals because I didn't take at the time what was financially, at least, financially speaking, a good deal for me to take. And at that time, I just did not. Thomas Broadband says the way to make a day date vibrant is to color up the dials. Day date historically was, of course, one of the Rolex models. Well, it was the Rolex model historically, since it was top of the line, where you had the most options. The largest variety of dials were available for the day date. And of course, now things changed because you have, of course, the Daytona that has perhaps just as much in the way of dial color options, and so many other models too, with the meteorite dials and everything else as well. Smoking Joe,
Hey, what's going on, Lord?
how are you doing, man? Welcome back to the channel.
Good, good.
How you been? Anything interesting today?
No, not really. I just did that little errand for Ozzy, leaving him thinking stew on it for a bit. And while I was in town, I figured I'd catch the new Elvis movie, and yeah.
Nice. You'll tell us a little more about that, I'm sure, in due time, but I think let's see if I have your pictures still. Um,
I hope so, because I just deleted them all.
you did. Yeah, I think I do. Let me see. I'll
Oh no,
share
I
it.
still have the conversation with Ozzy, so yeah, it
Okay.
won't be a problem.
So Joe, being the nice guy he is, today he went out to his authorized dealer to uh, try on for size the Black Bay ceramic, the blacked out model that is in the Heritage Black Bay case. And he took a bunch of pictures trying it on. And it turns out actually it's a watch that wears quite well, despite its enlarged size compared to the Black Bay 58, of course.
Yeah, yeah. I think Ozzy should really think on this one, honestly. I mean, I don't want to come off as like pushy, but
Mm.
if he's confident enough to wear an Explorer 2, which is about 3 times the size of this, I think he should
Three
go for
times.
it
By what
for sure,
measure? By your
for sure.
professional measurement? Three times the size. That's a good one.
Well, I
But
mean,
yeah, the
so
Explorer is
it's
larger
what
than this.
42 versus 41 essentially. So 42. Um, and is Rolex still doing the Supermax case? I don't think they are on the new Explorer 2. But either way, I stand by the statement. If he's comfortable wearing an Explorer 2, I think he should.
Mm.
I don't. I just don't think he should be so quick to dismiss it.
Yeah, look, I mean, um, I don't want to talk against my own principles. When it comes to size and proportions, not only do I never settle with what's on paper, as much as I know by now how watches show on your wrist, because I've seen you wear a number of watches, yours and the ones you have tried. I would have liked to try it for myself. So unless he's coming for a visit to Minnesota to finalize this purchase, I understand this
They
hesitation. I think it's a
they'd
good
ship
deal,
it
by
to
the way.
him.
Don't
Yeah, no, I asked him because, well, I mean,
free return,
I
no
don't know if they
questions
do it
asked.
free. I'm pretty sure they would work with him, honestly. But I did ask him. I said, because that was kind of my concern that I was just getting the discount because they knew me. I was local.
Hmm.
But I asked. I said, "Hey, I'll vouch for this guy. I mean, I'll put my purchase history on the line." I said, "This guy's not going to do anything stupid." I said, "Would you give him the same deal?" And they said, "Yeah, absolutely. We do that for him." So
Yeah.
I would. I wish they kind of would have had a model on NATO, but because I think the NATO. Because keep in mind, I am wearing this very, very loosely. It's not even sized. I didn't. So I got in there fairly late. They're about to close at 4 o'clock, and I got in there like
Mhm.
at 3:50. So I just kind of quickly tossed it on the wrist. But I think if you threw it on that NATO, I think it would be. I don't know. I think it'd be pretty close to hitting that sweet spot right there.
I don't disagree. I think watches on leather straps that you don't put on properly probably look the worst. With
Cheap
bracelets,
and
you
nasty.
can. This.
Hey,
Welcome, welcome
This.
back, man. Nice to see you, man.
you too. What's up?
Meech went out today to try on for size this Black Bay Heritage ceramic for Aussie expats benefit, and I think
Oh,
it's a pretty cool watch. But I also understand that Aussie basically wants to try it on himself and is still not sure.
mm-hmm.
Thomas is asking you a question, Meech, by the way. I know you were offering
Yeah,
your
absolutely
cousin.
not. Look, I mean,
Yeah.
I'll gladly take a $3,000 loss versus a 10 grand loss. Thank you very much. Fuck me dead.
No, I completely understand. And listen, guys, remember that Joe did actually offer to put up $5,000 of his own money towards his cousin's
Lord, that's not how
wristwatch
you say it.
purchase.
Say it right. Say it right. We're not uncultured swines. We say $5,000.
In the continental way. Yes, that's that amount. Um, because his cousin just got married, etc. So it would be kind of a wedding gift for them from Smoking Joe's part. But yeah, yeah, I think it's a little much. Yeah, it's like you have to. It needs to be a very special person for you to just gift a whole luxury watch to them.
It's not that. It's like if it's a Tudor, like I gifted my Tudor, my very first Tudor to my cousin who graduated college. Um, she everyone else kind of got her gift, and I kind of showed up late to the party anyway. So I'm like, oh
Mm.
here, because she always liked it, and she still has it. So I'm just like, here, have this Tudor.
Mhm. I
As
mean,
Archie would say, Tudor is the type of garbage you give to the gardener. You're garbage man.
nothing wrong with doing good, honest work. Nothing wrong with being a gardener or picking up the garbage for an honest
I'm in the
living.
waste management business.
Um, in in either case, though, yeah. I mean, I look. But again, that's the thing. I gifted my uncle, my cool uncle, a Speedmaster because it was a watch that he always wanted. But I love that guy. So it has to be very special for me. It has to be a special relationship for me to actually
Well,
gift a
even if I
watch.
hadn't overpaid for this is still a $9,000 watch. So like, there's a difference between gifting somebody like a $4,000 watch versus, you know, 5,000 and up.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And already, again, it's very generous for you to consider paying part of what he wants to get for himself. Thomas says, is that all ceramic? And Jeff and Zeke, welcome back to the channel, man. It's nice to see you both. The case is all ceramic, right, Joe?
Yes, the case is all ceramic. The bezel is aluminum. The deployment clasp is PVD coated.
I see. Okay. Interesting. I don't like the fact that they mixed and matched when it comes to the clasp. I don't mind the accent with the bezel because it does. Ultimately, I like the overall look, so I'm not going to complain about that. But I wish they, or maybe ceramic just doesn't make for a good clasp. I don't know. Maybe they have a good reason for it.
Now, I can't remember here, but I think the clasp is just steel, and it's. I can't remember. Honestly. Or if it's titanium. I can't remember, but it definitely feels very thin. Dare I use the word cheap, but just doesn't feel like solid, you know.
Oh, you won't since it's some sort of material. You won't. If it were leather of some sort, I'm sure you would say all sorts of nasty things. But since it's
No,
metal,
I'm talking about the actual deployment clasp.
I know.
But like in the shield too, like it feels like it could bend very easily. Like when you close it up, it feels, I don't know, it just feels very, very soft.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but by the way, guys, I just made a post on my Instagram about all black watches, blacked out watches making a comeback and having their second moment after the 70s, where that they had this sort of limited emergence. And I also made a video earlier about Karl Lagerfeld's A series Audemars Piguet Royal Oak that he had as an early adopter, had all blacked out and all tricked out in PVD coating and wore pretty reliably. So check out those posts and videos and follow me on Instagram if you haven't already. That would be very much appreciated. You can always slide into my DMs. And Thomas asks, how did the watch feel? How did the Black Bay Heritage ceramic feel?
It feels nice. It feels different. I mean, it doesn't feel like your standard Black Bay for obvious reasons, but the cheap and nasty leather strap is what you would expect. Actually, it's kind of a mix between. So it's a mix between leather and rubber. It's a hybrid, so it actually feels quite comfortable. Doesn't feel too heavy, obviously, with its kind of hollowed out, if you will, with the display case back. It feels thinner than what it because I believe it's like 14.4 millimeters thick. I could be wrong, but it feels thinner. It feels lighter. It overall feels great. Feels great.
Nice. I mean, it looks great, and again, I think these, like, with the use of different materials and the improved DLC coating techniques, they have the use of ceramic in the hyped out Audemars Piguet Royal Oaks, IWC's own alloy that's a mix of ceramic and titanium, the comeback of the Porsche design chronograph in various limited and special editions, the reissue of the Monaco Dark Lord by Tag Heuer. It really seems that they're living their second moment. And I'm sure, by the way, I mean, look, who can be sure? But I'm kind of guessing that Tudor Black Bay 58 will have a ceramic model soon as well, because Heritage first came out with the bronze as well, and it was a 43 millimeter case. And it didn't take them long. It didn't take Tudor long to introduce a model in bronze for Black Bay 58 as well. So be patient if you are truly worried about the size.
Yeah, and I would say, I mean, having the date just right next to it, as far as case thickness, is it's a pretty good indicator of like what to expect on the thickness. Like everyone knows Tudors are thick, they're chunky, but I believe the date just is. I don't even think it's barely pushing 12 millimeters thick, and that's if you're including the domed crystal and the bezel.
Mhm.
So as you can see, it's quite thin for a Tudor. Like it's on date just level thin, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, it looking good, especially for what I expected from 41. Usually, it looks good, and usually sapphire casebacks add to the thickness, but it doesn't look like it did. And the ceramic, the mix of ceramic and it being not on a bracelet, I think makes it probably a light watch too. So probably a nice feel on the wrist for that reason.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and remind me what the list price is. You don't have to disclose the deal that your jeweler was
I
giving you.
don't know. I think they're 4.5. I think that might be a bit excessive. I know they're just a little over 4,000.
Oh, the list price is actually near 5,000, 4825.
Oh, okay. Well,
And they
either
give
way.
you that hybrid strap as well as this NATO.
And that on the NATO, if you can call it a NATO, or if you want to call it a NATO, that is also PVD coated. It's not ceramic. But I did ask one interesting question.
Hmm.
So I asked, I said, so what's the lug to lug? And she figured it was 22 millimeters. So I said, so in theory, an individual could take the previous generation Tudor Black Bay 41 that was all blacked out, rip the bracelet off of that one and throw it on this one. And she said, in theory, that should work.
Okay.
So you could have a truly all blacked out watch with bracelet.
Yeah, I think this would look cool actually on a full um all black strap, or maybe like a gunmetal gray kind of NATO strap. I have something like that right here at hand because I sometimes put my sub on it to lighten the mood a little bit. Um, I think it would be a great look, and like you said, probably Meech, it would sit nicely on the wrist on a NATO as well, possibly nicer than that hybrid leather rubber. Thomas says, I would think an AP offshore Velcro strap would be cool. Okay. And watch Nicholas, welcome back to the channel, my friend. Reminds everyone to upvote. And Dirk Diggler is here. Thank you, man. Thank you for being here. How are you? What do you think about these kinds of watches? I think you said you are not really a fan of the all black look yesterday, right?
Yeah, I'm not a fan, but this one personally, I've seen it and handled it in a Rolex boutique here in Israel, and it's really cool. But I think that it would it takes a special individual to hold it and keep it, because it will get boring quick, So it's a
Okay.
very specific watch for a specific person, and it's chunky.
Do you think you have to be a goth lord to wear this? You have to wear all black all the time.
Gotta be completely fucking emo.
Yeah.
Nah, you can wear it with anything, but yeah, it's all black. It's a little bit depressing. You know.
It is severe. I think it's a very look, an all black watch, I think, especially if it is on an all black bracelet, like with matching metal, it's a very severe look. So I think it's better to keep it like as one very distinctive accessory, right? It's actually probably better that you don't wear all black and strap on an all black watch on top of it. So you're right, but it can, for collectors like us, I guess it can get old very quickly. But for someone like you said, someone who likes it as that one watch that they would wear happily and they would wear all the time with whatever outfit, I think it could be interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
Um, yeah, go ahead. This.
Lord, what about the? Did you already discuss the title of the stream?
Uh, with everyone who comes in, the reason I didn't put you on the spot immediately is because yesterday we started talking about it, and I was already joking, saying like, that was probably a great deal for the guys who bought those watches from you. So bring them on board next time.
Ah, yeah.
But yeah, what was the worst deal you made when it comes to watches?
Well, the first one is the one that I told you. Did I talk about it yesterday about the how I got the GMT Master?
No, not exactly.
Okay,
But
so I got this.
you did give an idea saying like, when you want a watch, you just pay whatever they ask for and you're done with it. You don't like haggling.
Yeah, so well, in the limits of sanity, if somebody asks for something like, so I won't buy it, but if it's a little bit higher than and I really want it, then I would buy it. This is me like 6 months, 8, 10, 1 year ago.
Okay.
I'm not the same right now. Um, I had a lot of bad deals. I'm not a good how can I say, not a good collector. I don't even specify myself as a collector because most of the watches I buy are watches that are easy to acquire, so not rare and stuff like that. Anyway, I had a Omega Speedmaster, first Omega in space,
Mm-hmm.
and I liked it. It was a great watch, full set, everything. Like, I had straps for it, and then I had this, I don't know, this craziness that I wanted the Omega Seamaster, the white dial one.
Okay.
So I traded it. The FOIS for the Seamaster, and I ended up flipping the Seamaster like, I don't know, 1 month later, and now I regret it very much because the FOIS is going up, and it's a really great watch. So
Yeah, I actually like that edition as well.
yeah,
Yeah.
with the sword hand, with his nice different hands, and
Yeah. And yeah, Thomas is afraid that he would crack this watch, the ceramic Tudor. I like it, but not on the Tudor strap, and he likes it on that hybrid strap. Um, and Thomas says the right personality could really own and love the look, one and done. And Bruce G says never liked the all black with black loom, but the white loom markers pop on these Tudors. I think this is a good look. And I mean that's the purpose of the luminous material, right? It should be legible. It shouldn't blend completely in. Um, so it's good. And Dirk has a suggestion. He says you should take a good watch haggler with you when you buy, like going to buy a car. Take me with
right.
you. I'm top 10. For the most part though, you'll walk away empty-handed. Just so you know, if you go watch shopping with me, the way I haggle will be chased out of the store
Hmm. Yeah.
90% of the time. Um,
The truth is, I have another very bad deal that I'm too ashamed to tell you about.
there's no reason to be ashamed, but the way you set it up now, you raise the expectation.
So yeah, so okay, I have this GMT Master that I like to show you.
Uh-huh. And
The
I do love
167.
that watch, by the way. Yeah.
So okay, um, I need some background to on this thing. I don't know if you know, but I had some mental health issues like a few, like 8, 9, 10 months ago.
Yes. I
Uh,
do.
I was, I had a manic episode, and when you're manic, you don't make healthy, good decisions, to say the least. So this watch came up on the on one of the markets on the Facebook groups and in Israel, and I really wanted it. So I traded two true Rolexes, Rolex Explorer 14270. Do you know that one? The 36 mil,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
without papers, without box, and the 14060 that I had
Ah.
full set with everything. I traded both of these for this watch, and it was a bad deal. It was a bad
I
deal.
remember this one, Diz. You didn't? Did you ever get paid on this one? Cause like
No,
he
that's
held out,
another
didn't he?
one. That's
Oh,
another
my bad.
bad
I'm
deal that
sorry.
I made.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up that deal. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So, but that was an even exchange. You gave the 14270 Explorer and you gave 14060 Submariner full set. So naked watch, naked Explorer, full set Submariner, no dates, even exchange with 1670 Pepsi bezel.
Exactly, yeah, and I think that at the time I didn't even check, but I thought that the value of the Pepsi of the GMT was more or less on the value of those two watches together, but I was mistaken. And what can I do?
Mhm.
Somebody got a good deal.
Yeah, pretty good one. Um, dude, I
Yeah.
mean, you had your reasons, man. It's not like you said, you were basically in a way incapacitated. You were deprived of your faculty of making a good decision, so you can't blame yourself for that. Don't don't beat yourself up for it. And it's also, in a way, putting the value aside for a bit, very different watches, right? If you actually knew that you wanted this and you wanted this above all, you can kind of understand it, because Explorer 14270 and No Date Submariner, those are very, very severe watches in their own way, right? That you have to be a kind of Rolex fundamentalist, Rolex fanboy to appreciate them somehow.
Hmm.
They're mainstays, they're icons, but they're also an acquired taste in a way, because Explorer is sometimes too small for most, and it's no date, right? And same thing with the Submariner. And 14270 is the so-called T-Rex, no? Was it a T-Rex? Or was it just the blackout, the white gold 369s? Did it have loom on 369? No,
I don't remember. I think it was a 114270.
that was a T-Rex.
I don't know. I'm not sure. It was a 5 digit. It's 5 digit, right?
Yeah, yeah. 14270 is the 5 digit.
From 2002.
So one. Yeah, that's the 36 white gold 369. So it has it doesn't have loom on those.
Yeah, I think it
Yeah.
didn't have room on the 369. Yeah.
I think the only difference that it has is, like, a little bit of design elements compared to 1016, and yeah, the sapphire
Mm.
crystal, of course.
Yeah. I have another bad deal I wanna share.
Yeah, no, but before we move on, the blackout apparently, because there is, so the blackout are specifically the 89 to 91, where they are black enameled 369s, and after that it's white enameled 369, but still not loomed for that. So that's how. But yeah, that's, I mean, both are again very strict and very severe, very fan friendly, but acquired taste models. So I can see how you thought that 16710 would be more popular and different and what you want, because that's a much more colorful watch compared to a no date Submariner and a 5-digit Explorer.
Yeah, and now I'm trying to get back the 14060, and
Yes, and I'm sure you will work something out very soon.
yeah, thanks.
So what's the next one you wanted to share?
The one is Mitch. Are you there?
Yeah. Yep.
So this is what Mitch was talking about. Back in November, I sold my Submariner 16610 that I had,
Hmm.
and this was full set, even with the original receipt from 2004.
Mm.
Now, again, I wasn't exactly in the right state of mind, so I made another bad decision, and I sold the watch. The buyer came to my house, and we talked and we smoked and we were like friendly, and I started liking him, so I gave him the watch, and he paid like in 2 installments. Like the first installment he paid me right away, and he
Hmm.
said, when I get my next paycheck, I'll pay you the remainder of the sum. Now, I gave him the watch because he lived like 3 hours drive away from me. So I said, okay, take it and pay me when you get the paycheck. And as you can imagine, he never paid the remainder of the price that we agreed on.
Mm.
So what I did was sell the watch without getting the full sum. So long story short, I had to send him. I had to take this to court, to small claims court, and
And did you end up at least settling for something in the
yeah,
small
yeah.
claims?
He paid me. He paid me in full after I
Okay.
took it to the court, but
Yeah.
was a shitty ordeal. It was a really bad decision. Bad
Yeah.
deal. Yeah.
I mean, when it comes to things like that, um, I don't want to dramatize it too much, because I'm sure it sucks already. But the way I feel when things like that happen, and thank God it didn't really happen anything major business related, but it happened in personal relationships. When people take advantage of you like that, you kind of lose a little bit of your humanity in a way. You lose your trust in your fellow human beings, and that's very shitty. Like, it's one thing to mistrust your own judgment and beat up yourself on something, and you shouldn't, again. But the heavier part of that, the more disturbing part of going through something like that, is it shakes up your trust in the world. you know you felt that this guy was friendly to you. You thought he was your friend, and you trusted him with something, and he didn't come through, and you had to basically mobilize law against him to get what he owed you, what he rightly owed you.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
Yeah,
true. That's true.
that fucking sucks. And
Yeah.
I'm
You
I'm
know.
glad you got your money back finally. At least there's that consolation.
Yeah, but to be honest, I also regret selling that watch. I had
Yeah,
a very nice
the
watch.
the Al Pacino special. That's the watch that he's mostly photographed wearing. and I love his crazy hair in this age, especially. He's a very charismatic, very cool guy. Obviously,
Yeah,
legendary actor, but
yeah, one of the best, if not the best.
yeah, wonderful. It's a nice watch. Again, being more of a no date sub guy, I still appreciate and love the last of a pre-ceramic Submariner dates. It's a cool one. I think you'll feel a little better once you get back, get a Submariner no date for yourself again in 14060. You'll feel better. Dirk Diggler
Yeah,
says, "Nice Lord, bringing up bad memories." Just kidding. Yeah, look, listen. I did say in the very beginning, right? This said, "Hey, did you want to talk about the topic?" So I felt a little better about dealing with it because I didn't want to put him on the spot for sure, and I mean that.
Mhm.
Basil says sad but true, and Dirk says that is true. Small G, hey man, welcome to the channel. Nice to see you.
Actually, Lord, somebody here in Israel
Yeah,
he talked to me about the GMT master that I have, that he
yeah.
might want to do a trade. He has a 5513
Okay,
with non-serif dial.
okay. What year roughly?
He didn't tell me, actually.
Mhm.
What year is it? From the 80s, 70s?
Okay, so the non-serif dials for 5513, it should be probably from late 60s to early 70s, I think.
Well,
And it's so it's not white gold surrounds, right? For sure.
I doubt it. I don't know, but I doubt it.
So
I mean,
it's a matte dial. It's not a glossy dial. None of
I'm
that
pretty sure.
spider dial bullshit.
Oh,
Did
I
he
don't
send
want the spider
pictures?
dial.
Yeah.
No, he didn't send me anything yet.
Okay.
I
Okay.
don't
So
want no spider dial, man.
I think Serif again.
It's
I'm
luxury with the
speaking.
spider dial.
I'm speaking a little roughly here. Should be from late 60s to into 70s. Should be a version of the matte dial. Look, here's the thing. If it's what kind of exchange will that be?
Head to head, like the GMT for
Even
the
even Steven. Even Steven.
yeah, yeah.
What?
I don't know. I need to check the prices, and
Okay.
I'm not sure I want to replace a watch from 2003, mine, against like something from the 70s. I don't know. What do you
Yeah.
think?
Big, let's hear Big Meech on this because I want to mitigate and I want to temper how bad he will make that deal sound. Joe, take the floor, please.
Oh, just recap that real quick. I was just putting some away.
So, this is saying, would you exchange a watch from year 2003, a Rolex 16710 GMT Master 2, with a 5513 from the 70s, Submariner no
All right,
date?
just stop right there. I've heard enough. Fuck me dead. Fuck me dead. What are you doing this? Fuck me dead. You've lost the plot, big boy. It's gone pear-shaped. You don't go down in years. You go up. You go up. All right, you don't go back. Move forward. Move forward. Much like in life, it's like the butterfly. The butterfly does not go back in the fucking cocoon. It fucking spreads its wings and fucking flies. Fuck me dead. Fuck it. Don't go back in years. Jesus Christ. Holy shit.
Okay, I got it. Thanks.
This, in my case, all right. I love 5-digit GMT Master 2s too. But they are really not as special as you thought at the moment of getting that watch, and as people think. In a way, Pepsi is the hype watch among 5 digits, right? Everyone who wants a GMT Master 2 goes after the Pepsi, and there's a slight effect of a premium for that. And I have to also say, from roughly around year 1995 and 2005, it's really a sweet spot for Rolex production, right? If you prefer some of the vintage aesthetic, but you like having a modern built Rolex watch, there's a lot of value to be found there. So I will never deny that. But if a 5513 comes, at least if your watch is naked or box and papers,
Naked.
and his watch is naked as well.
I don't know, but I'm guessing it is. I'm guessing it is.
I mean, if it comes on the full bracelet in decent condition, it should be the folded link oyster bracelet, probably. I mean, some come on a Jubilee, but that's probably much more rare. So I'm assuming it will be folded link oyster. If it's in good condition, if you can have some sort of service history, it doesn't have to be Rolex. If he can give you a few papers about, when he had the watch last looked after, are the gaskets sealed? Is it in good working condition? Is it keeping good time? Is the bracelet in decent state? I would do that deal. If it were 60s, I wouldn't even think. If it were a meters first 4-digit Submariner, I wouldn't think. I would say get it. Even if the bracelet is loose, you will send it to Hong Kong. You'll get it restored. Just put it on a NATO strap for 2-3 months. Enjoy it when Michael Young is fixing it for you. And I would say, that's a blue chip iconic vintage Rolex you can keep. 70s is still great, and I don't think it will completely crash in value ever. It will always keep. But you can say the same thing about 5-digit Rolex as well. It is a different aesthetic. If you really at this moment trust your judgment, right, unlike what you did when you were getting this GMT Master, if you think now you can take an informed decision, my vote would be in a good condition. If he can give you at least one service paper from at most 2 years ago, if the bracelet isn't floppy and loose, if the watch looks great under the loop, no refinishing on the dial, no funny business, if the case itself is still thick and fit, fat, healthy lugs, I would get it. I would get it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah,
I think check the watch out in person. I think that's my condition for the deal. Israel is a small enough country. I'm sure you can arrange something.
Yeah, of course. So I'll do that. Thanks.
Yeah, but I do also, again, that's the reason I let Joe just go with it, because I do respect, no matter how harsh and severe it is, I respect that perspective. I don't share it, but I wanted him to share it with you.
I kind of share his opinion, because I mean, vintage is a minefield,
I understand.
So,
and again, 1995 to 2006, 2007 is just a beautiful, beautiful spot for Rolex, no matter what end of the spectrum you are coming from. If you're coming from late 60s and 80s like me, moving on to modern territory, it's a great spot. And I love my Explorer 2 and GMT Master 2 from that period, 97, 2000. If you're coming from modern and traveling back in time, it's again a great period because you get some taste of a vintage Rolex watch. You know, if you go behind 2000, you get tritium on the dial, already some sort of eggshell patina going on. It's a cool thing, even under a sapphire crystal. Around 2000, you start getting solid end link bracelets. So small G says bracelet is the only concern I have for a vintage Rolex. Right around 2000, you don't have that concern, right? You get a watch that's for all intents and purposes modern. But and I'll let Joe abuse me here. Hey, if you don't like the bracelet, you can always put it on.
Oh, fucking hell. It's disgusting. Just don't do that. Let that be a good example right there. Let that be a good example of what not to do with the stuff. At least put it on a NATO for God's sakes, you know?
The other way. Finger the other way. Finger pointed the other way.
Put it on a fucking NATO for God's sakes. God, it looks like beef jerky. It looks like a beef jerky strap.
By the way, my bracelet, I had it restored by Michael Young, and he did a great job. So I do wear it a lot of times on it, but I don't want it to get loose again. So I do that sparingly.
Actually, serious question, Lord. So how does one to use a comical sense, how does one reharden a bracelet essentially to where it's a standing soldier again? If you get the drift, because I've heard two different sides. I hear like it's impossible, and they just kind of dupe you, and they find a really good one, and they say, "Oh, we brought it back to life," and they just ship it back to you. I've also heard that it can be done. You know,
dude, am I an idiot? There are codes on that bracelet. Do you think I'm foolish enough that I didn't compare it to?
I don't know, Lord. I don't know. I mean, do you want me to answer that one truthfully or not? I mean,
look, one thing, just again, for the benefit of the general public, guys, it's not like this sort of foolishness and trickery has never been done. I'm sure someone was tricked that way. But when it comes to Rolex bracelets, they all have, first of all, they have a model code that's stamped on the last link of the bracelet. Right, let me show you here. Right, so it has a model code here, and then end links themselves, they have codes, and then the clasp inside it has codes that indicate the year and the model number and whatever else. So if Michael Young tricked me that way, I could have recognized it when it came back. So I don't look, I'm not a technician, so I can't tell you the entire process, but ultimately what they told me was basically same as servicing a watch. They take it apart entirely and then they put it back together and oil everything up and tighten everything up, and it makes a huge difference.
Someone tells me you would just be dropping a lot of new pins in to kind of just go from being bent to just rigid again. Because I would imagine your pins probably do, like on the ends anyways, start to kind of give a little bit. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm sure. By the way, I'll send the website here. Let me see. Michael Young, Hong Kong. Classic watch repair. I'm actually quite sure that they have some sort of description or account on their website. We can go over it ourselves later in the show, perhaps, if we find time for that content. Bruce G has a great suggestion for this. We will bring it up when he comes back. Dirk Diggler says leather strap is better than a NATO. Thankfully, someone taking a stance against Joe. Bruce G says have an expert examine the watch before making the deal. This makes sense. I mean, maybe you guys can meet like halfway in a watch store or in a Rolex dealer where you both bring your watches.
Yeah. we need to go to a Rolex expert.
Thomas says two-liner, sub no date, or sea dweller. Hey, if this were not my father's watch, I think I would have possibly consolidated and moved on to a sea dweller. I like the double red. I think that's truly my grail. That's truly my exit watch. I don't know if I will ever get it, but that's kind of my white whale. No pun intended. I do actually want the double red. Brown G-Force. All right, one vote for Joe. Only a mother could love that watch band. Oh man. Yeah. So yeah, I like changing things up in either case. It's I think that's one of the charms actually of a vintage Rolex with a so-called Holtz case, that you can just pop out the bracelet and put the end links back and put it on a NATO. Pop out those end links, or take out the NATO, pop out those spring bars, and put it on a leather band. Put it back on a bracelet. Do whatever you want. You know, they're very modular, and it doesn't take a lot of effort and professional tools or whatever to change them up like that. And that was one part of what made, you know, for example, the Seikos so appealing to the wider public and the modding community that grew around them, you know, from styling them with different straps and bands and whatever else, to the point of changing around bezels, crystals, and dials, and even using cases to make homage models. People like playing around with their watches, and the vintage market is obviously not limited to Rolex. So the vintage market is great for that too. You find good deals, and you can trick around your watches and style them in any which way you want. And it's usually much easier because, in a way, even though they're blamed to be more fragile, they're actually much less precious in a way than a modern contemporary Rolex. So you can play around and fuck around with them. It's just a mindset. I wear these things on a daily basis, and trust me, they do hold up. They do hold up. Yeah, classic watch repair. So let's see if actually they have a description of their process on the website. Michael Young, aka the Bracelet Magician. Let's see, they have an Instagram account. Maybe they will have a few. How do I not follow them on Instagram? That's the question. But I mean, they have before and after. That's not very helpful. Okay. Yeah, you're basically right, man. They take everything off, and then more or less, I think it's about replacing the pins inside. Joe.
Damn, that's crazy. It's got to be a more laborious thing than that, because you'd see everyone doing it then, wouldn't you?
Oh, of course, but also I think one of the reasons they don't perhaps account for their entire process is maybe they don't want to give away some of their secrets potentially.
Wow, I imagine I take that back. Maybe it is a little bit more quote unquote simpler, but it's the polishing, it's the high finish polishing that is what a lot of people probably can't do.
Yeah, and they do. That's actually a requirement, and that's why I was mulling over initially about this particular thing. They at least require a light polish, and I never got that watch itself, I never had anyone touch the case in any way. Um, so I was kind of hesitant, but they did a good job, and they didn't take away any material or anything. It just came back like a fresh new strap.
Like it come right from the factory floor.
Jewelers on time, simply the best.
I feel like this should be like a historical landmark by now. If they haven't gone out of business, I mean, I hope they didn't. But
No, they're well and alive. I think they're actually one of those dealers that had a great time in the last couple of years. They're
it'd
doing
be
great.
funny if they got like a weird employee of the month and a picture of Arch like in the corner, like a shrine in the back somewhere.
Jewelers on time, Kenny Nguyen. Yeah, I mean they seem to be doing great. Look, he's wearing a 50th anniversary AP
Forget
Chrono.
the AP. Look at the Tiffany shoes. Fuck me dead. That's where the value is. Hey.
Man, so much bling, so much bling.
Yeah, this was not bad. This is a nice spread. Like a Zenith Patrizzi Daytona, a nice Roger Federer in the middle, and then a ceramic all black. This is also not so bad. I like the generations kind of photo. 1675, 16710, and then 126710. Yeah, but the Jewelers on time, thankfully, and Archie Luxury Classic, they're still doing well. They're in Newport Beach. I can't believe I've never visited them until this day. I just want to play them their own commercial ones. That's all I want in life. Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, you think they ever look back and think oh man, what the fuck were we doing?
Jewelers on time, simply the best.
The best.
We specialize in pre-owned Rolex and Patek Philippe watches. Thomas Broadbent says, I like the vintage Omega's example Seamaster 120. Yeah, this was yesterday treating us to his pre-bond Seamaster. That was pretty great. Love that watch. And Thomas Broadbent says that day-date dial was interesting. Which one was it, I wonder? So what's their price list, I wonder, at this point? By the way, when it comes to classic watch repair. Oh, they don't have a list price for restoration. They do? Okay, so they charge basically for the stainless steel oysters and jubilees, they charge $180. Reasonable. For the two-tone and riveted bracelets, they charge $250 US. And if it's a full gold, yellow gold, pink gold, white gold, exact price to be quoted by inquiry, it says. But 180 to 250 for stainless steel or two-tone Rolex bracelet restoration, that's not too bad. Thomas Broadbent says, if Frank Carvel could do it, so can Kenny. So how you said you went to the Elvis movie today. How was it?
Mm-hmm.
You Did you?
I mean, overall, it's great. Yeah, like I said, they tried to throw in a lot all at once. Um, there was, I don't know if I call it controversial, but there's one, like when Elvis, like when Elvis's wife gets introduced, there's a lot of people saying, "Wait a minute, that ain't right," because the timeline doesn't match up with how it really happened. Which, if you know, you know. And they had to do it that way because it wouldn't. I don't know. But then again, in this day and age, you never know. But for the sake of just keeping it kind of on the down low, it they just had to do it where they were the same age. I'll just say that. But other than that, it was a great movie. It was a great movie for the most part. Yeah.
Does it follow all of his life or only the 50s, 60s?
It follows the majority of it, but it moves. It moves pretty fast. Because, like I said, they tried to get everything in all in at once. What I did find a little interesting though was there was like one or two or three tracks that. I know Kanye West was also like they were playing his music during one section of the film. And then I believe they were playing I don't know my female rappers that well, but it was either Cardi B or Megan Thee Stallion at the beginning of the film, which I thought was really weird. And it's probably no more than like a minute long, because it's just like when Elvis is doing shit. So I just thought it was really out of place. And there was another one in there too, and I have no clue who it was.
I love how you can't tell apart Cardi B from Megan Thee Stallion. They like look like nothing like each other. But
Well, I mean, I can't really tell the difference between their music, put it that way.
okay, that's fair. That's fair.
I mean, Cardi B looked like she got hit by a train. Let's be honest, but
Okay,
yeah,
not my taste either, honestly. I don't know if any of them are in the movie. By the way, I have
no, they're not. It's just their music is playing in the background for a short
their
section.
music.
Yeah, which I thought was really weird. I don't know, just a movie about Elvis. You're playing other, or you're playing modern day music artists. It's a little weird, I guess. But there are plenty of other so like there's one scene where Elvis is in his hotel room and he's looking down at Las Vegas, and you can hear someone else's music playing, and you know that Elvis is going to do a cover of it, like shortly after. So you hear plenty of other people's music that he did covers on throughout the film.
That seems like a nice touch. That seems like a nice way of playing around with the idea of a soundtrack to one's life, and especially a musician, it makes even more sense. So was there any particular period they focused on though when they were moving through these periods so fast, you said?
They focus mostly on his decline, which
Okay.
it makes sense. They kind of did a speed run on his mother. I mean, how much do you want me to get into? I mean, technically all this is known, but like, how much do you want me to get into the film here?
Without spoiling too much, although of course the outlines are pretty clear, but what they choose and what they put together is original to this film. So
I mean, they kind of they kind of. So they kind of rushed, or maybe not rushed, but they just kind of just said, "Here's Elvis's mom, boom, she's dead." That's the way it kind of was. I mean, she had like a small role in the film, but it was mostly focused on his father, his promoter, Elvis himself. Like even his friends weren't really involved into it. They kind of just skimmed right over his World War II service. And this is why I understand, like, where people said like the writing was rushed, because there's a lot of stuff that, if you're not a diehard Elvis fan, I guess there's a lot of stuff that they just kind of glazed over, just to keep things moving. But they mostly focused on his kind of, like I said, his decline, his battle of going back between his promoter, and how his promoter was kind of just lining things up to just continuously shaft Elvis out of what could have been a very promising career.
Hmm.
Yeah, and that, I can't really get too much into it.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, it's I think honestly, the way you said it, these are all known details of his life. At the end of the day, I think that makes the biopic a very interesting genre, but also a very difficult one, because everyone thinks they know the story, and people will inevitably will be unhappy about how someone else puts it together. I mean, I guess that's a problem with a lot of the book adaptations as well, when especially books that have a very like religious cult like following, right? It can be a burden on the movie. I think it was a burden on Dune, for example. It was for a moment at least a burden on Lord of the Rings, but it transcended that pretty quickly. Um, but yeah, it's
Yeah,
difficult, man. It's like Elvis is literally a larger than life personality. To make a film out of his life, is that's not an easy task.
yeah, and to kind of get every detail of it, because a lot of the details of what made Elvis Elvis, and you can't get all those details in an hour and was I think it's not even a 2 hour film.
I
So
think, didn't we check it was like 2 hours and 16 minutes or something? No?
uh, was that Johnny Cash or you might be right there as well, honestly. Um,
Oh no, two hours and 39 minutes in Elvis's case. Yeah.
okay. Well, I would
Yeah.
always knock out at least 15 minutes for the credits. So,
Okay.
but yeah, no, it's like I said, it was a great film. Um, overall, they did pretty good at trying to keep it where the writers did not take too many creative liberties. They did a good enough job of toning it down.
Right.
On
I mean, at the end of the day, I think again, like you said, they could have focused on a particular period of his life and maybe shuttled back and forth, like with flashbacks and flash forwards and whatever else. But then maybe they would have left out some details. And honestly, one of the things that, as much as I like, art house type, auteur driven artistic movies, one thing that I can't tolerate is like a 3 hour plus Hollywood movie. um, they should sometimes know their place. And I'm glad he didn't go overboard, and try to make like a 3-4 hour
I would
movie
say it
either.
depends on
But
whose life it is, whose autobiography. Because I think the more interesting autobiography would be, of course, this is coming from a sports perspective, would be if and when Tom Brady does a film in Hollywood. I want to see that from like start to finish because that's
mm,
a lot of there's a lot of numbers there, a lot of career highlights, a lot of ups and downs through his career that I can watch. I could sit down and watch a 3 hour film on that. But like
three,
I
yeah.
can barely
But
watch a
you think
15-minute documentary on Steve Jobs. I mean, you know,
you think people would sit through a 4 hour Tom Brady movie though, for example? I think that's a great example you picked there. So I wanna play that with that
the
idea a little.
diehards would, the diehards would.
But
Um,
I mean, you want a box office success if you release a movie like that,
you want to
obviously.
box,
You don't
yeah,
want
you
to
want that
tarnish the
box
brand.
office.
Hmm?
I said you want box office. You want to hit the
No,
Rob
I mean,
Gronkowski film. The Rob Gronkowski film would be fucking insane.
I
You
mean,
know it would be too.
I mean it in the sense that, like, because Tom Brady is a brand, right? You don't want to tarnish the brand. You want to make a
Right.
movie that's successful as well. That may
Hmm.
be artistically good or bad, but first of all, you want commercial success.
Right.
Um, so that would
Like I
be
said,
our
I don't
test
know.
as
It
well.
depends on who
Great
it is.
example.
It depends on who it is.
Great example. And maybe you're right. Maybe Elvis deserved 3.5 hour running time. I don't know. I think most directors are just not, they're not capable to sustain your attention in an intentional narrative-driven way for more than 3 hours. I don't think
I
they're
would say
made
look
for
at
it.
the Hobbit though. They had to break it up into 2 films,
Hobbit
arguably,
was a
but I think
disaster. Hobbit was
it
bad.
was 3. What was it like? 2. I know it was 2 hours minimum per film. But wasn't it almost pushing 3 hours on each one?
Yeah, and I didn't like it as much as I liked Lord of the Rings, honestly. And I'm a true geek of, like, of the whole Tolkien universe. So the Middle Earth, I mean, it was kind of my thing when I was growing up. And I actually, with all the nitpicking I did, I actually enjoyed the trilogy. I enjoyed the first 3 movies based on the Lord of the Rings books. But I don't think Hobbit was as good. But I also understood that, hey, Peter Jackson thought he paid his dues with Lord of the Rings, and now he had with Hobbit, he could do whatever he wanted, whatever he could, because there's nothing to prove anymore. He got this many Oscars, immense commercial success. Now he will do whatever he wants with whatever running time. He'll just do his thing, and he did. But I didn't necessarily like it. I think it dragged out, and not in a good way.
I don't know. I think if people are willing to sit through, like, if they can sit down and binge watch Marvel movies, like all the superheroes. Admittedly, we're talking different ends of the spectrum, a little bit more action, a little bit more, going on. But if each Marvel movie is a minimum of 2 hours, and if people, because I know people before Endgame came out, they would sit down and watch all the Avengers in sequence before Endgame came out, so they were all caught up, and that's like what, 8 hours worth of film minimum right there. Which people can do that. Get the right documentary. I think maybe 3 hours minimum.
Yeah. I want to watch it. I don't think I will have time tomorrow, but I want to watch it sometime next week, and maybe we'll resume the discussion. Maybe we should have part of the live stream with full of spoilers.
Yeah, that's what we should do, Lord. Each week, just do a movie breakdown.
Each week we spoil a movie for the audience with warnings at the beginning and the end. But
I know this is a bit off topic, kind of, but I know a lot of people are still pissed at. I think it's GB. I could be wrong, but apparently GB kind of spoiled the ending of, what was it? I think it was James Bond. I wasn't there, but he openly spoiled the ending of James Bond in Archie's stream, and people are still pissed at him for it.
it's by the way, I mean, that was truly a Bond movie for our era. By the way, the guy
I've not seen it. I've never seen it.
You have not? Okay, then
I haven't
can't
seen a
spoil it.
lot of the
I'm not
Bond
gonna say.
films. Honestly, I haven't.
Thomas Broadbent says, I loved all the Tolkien. I hope they do another, I guess you mean Silmarillion? Or maybe I missed out on that reference. Aussie Expat, jump on, man, if you want. He says, Lord of the Rings Blu-rays are expensive. Expensive. Yeah. It says NTTD was shot. What is NTTD?
No Time to Die.
No Time to Die. Yeah. Look, I mean, okay, Daniel Craig, I think was a great Bond, but his blessing and the curse was Casino Royale, which is, first of all, I mean, it's the foundational James Bond novel, and it was such a great adaptation. A great villain, with Mads Mikkelsen and Monsieur Le Chiffre. It was just too great of a beginning. So all you could do after that was going down. Although, of course, I think this might be controversial, but my favorite Bond villain of all time is actually Javier Bardem's Silva. I think, oh my God, that was such a great character. It was amazing. Um, do you like Bond movies? Do you have a favorite villain from James Bond?
Favorite villain? No,
No.
but I have a favorite Bond, and that's Sean Connery, of course.
I love the way you said that. It's like, no, you pervert. No, you weirdo. I never identified with the villains like you.
I
Hey
grew up in
guys,
the
I have,
Pierce Brosnan era.
yeah. Lord, do you know the brand Yema?
Yes, sir. Yeah, French brand, no?
Yeah, I might be rebuying a watch that I had of theirs that I sold. I might rebuy the same watch this week.
Do you wanna pull up a picture and I will share it? Like,
Yeah,
you have
sure.
screen share, right?
What?
You have screen share, and I can pull it up if you share it.
Oh, I can share it myself.
Yeah, and I will have to approve it. Basically, I will have to add it to the stream, I think. Or you
I
can
know.
just drop the link in the private chat. Sorry, Joe. Go ahead.
No, that's a bit off topic, but I know like one of the biggest films that are coming here. I think this summer or next summer. I can't remember. Is Avatar 2. They've started doing the advertisements for it in theaters, so it's gonna be big. It's gonna be bigger than the second coming of Jesus Christ.
People are already taking issue with my name, so let's not make any attacks on Christianity in general. We love our Christian brothers, guys. We love everyone on this channel. Um, nice, man. You are a diver watch guy through and through.
Yeah,
I like.
man.
Look, that's the point. I actually disagree with what you said. You said you don't classify yourself even as a collector, but your collection has I mean, it has some different watches, but it also has a single track mind, right? You have a lot of divers, and that's the core of your collection. And to me, that's a collection because there's intention behind it, there's taste behind it, there's selection behind it. Um,
Hmm.
and it's not, yes, there are watches that are mostly available and even still available, but they're not watches that everyone goes for. Um,
Hmm. Yeah,
I like it.
I
I
almost
think.
bought the Yema root beer from these guys.
Oh, really? What's the Yema root beer? I
Almost.
don't know.
Oh, it's their version of the root beer and GMT, um, but it was a little expensive, I thought, for what it was.
And this, can you tell me what the current iteration of Yema is about? Is it the same company? Is it something they resurrected, or what is it?
Uh, I did a research when I bought the watch, which was over 2 years ago. But for my memory, I can tell you that they resurrected the brand. I think at a certain point it was owned by Seiko,
Hmm.
uh, and it's some sort of some conglomerate bought it and somebody resurrected it. But it's not independent, but I mean, they're sitting in France and they have in-house watchmakers and they make in-house movements now, so they're pretty
Okay.
nice.
So
Yeah.
they're now actually operating from France.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes.
Nice. Okay. I like that. I like that. Um, yeah, my favorite Bond too, by the way, was Sean Connery. I do have a soft spot for Roger Moore, because I think he represents um, the more jocular, the more light-hearted and humorous aspect of Bond, whereas I think Connery is kind of like the best incarnation of his more gentlemanly or also old school, charming, a little bit boyish, a little bit extravagant side of him. So I like them both, but Connery is one step up, certainly. Aussie Expat has a controversial opinion saying Dalton is king. I'm not going to argue against that. Look, I mean, Lazenby just did one movie, but I think he did one hell of a job. So I can understand people rooting for other bonds. And in many ways, you can say, hey, this and LHV, Connery is the obvious choice. Think for yourself. I understand that too. But yeah, for me, yeah, the villains always attracted me. Maybe maybe more, and I really appreciated Javier Bardem and his Silva in Skyfall. And I think honestly, I love Javier Bardem as an actor anyways, but Silva had a good backstory, and the way that kind of unfolded through the plot subtly and surely, it was just beautifully done. Curly Q says, hey, welcome to the channel, Curly Q2. Hello, this never sleeps. I'm kind of like that too. You might not see me in camera all the time, but I sleep very little as well. So I sympathize with this. It's an interesting conundrum.
Yeah.
That's why Joe looks like this and stays young, and I look like this. Find ways to sleep well, guys. It's not good for you if you can't sleep.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything.
Aussie Expat says Born Identity started well. I think Born Identity, oh my god, the first movie was just incredible.
Never seen it.
You should.
Lord, I think we've been down this list. I've never seen Jaws 1, Jaws 2. I've yet to see The Godfather, any of the Godfather films. I have yet to watch Oceans, any of the Oceans movies.
Scarface?
I have not watched The Matrix. The first
Scarface?
one, I've not watched The Matrix.
Scarface?
No, I haven't even watched that. For someone who likes gangster films, I have not watched any of these. I just watched Goodfellas 2 weeks ago. I just watched Goodfellas.
Dude, they're gonna take your citizenship away. Like the minute I came to the US, I was literally sat down and made to watch Scarface and Godfather, the entire trilogy, because you're just not allowed. It's not possible.
I didn't watch The Sopranos till like 2 years ago.
You can't be an American male and not have watched Godfather and Scarface. It's just that those are foundations of American masculinity, man.
I haven't watched Game of Thrones. Oh no, I take that back. I tried watching Game of Thrones. I can't get through the first episode. It's boring.
Me neither. I think I can't. I just can't.
One of the big ones that are people like, I can't think of. Like, I know I haven't watched like a lot of top tier movies that never watched.
Okay, now we are actually figuring out Big Meech in a big way, and people in the audience are helping us soul read them. We'll get to that. Chris Clues, welcome to the channel. Aussie Expat says Godfather 1 and 2 are great. I think the third is really underrated, actually, but I know people hate it. I love all of it. Only watched Goodfellas 2 weeks ago, and Curly Q is there with the soul reading deep dive. Big Meech gets too much sleep. Exactly. He's not. That's how he gets to sleep, because he hasn't actually bothered to watch all these good movies.
I did watch Budapest though, and I know a lot of people who have not watched Budapest.
Grand Budapest Hotel is that's the one. Yeah.
Yep. I know a lot of people haven't watched it. It's kind of good.
He hasn't watched Scarface. What the fuck? And Curly Q says, "This good to see you looking healthy." Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Second that. Yep. Also, haven't watched any of the Mission Impossible films either.
That's
Have you watched Taxi Driver?
What?
Taxi Driver. Have you watched?
No, I've not watched Taxi Driver. No, no, no. I'm trying to think of like
Dude,
the big house ones yet.
dude,
I have
that's
not
the
watched.
thing.
No, I take that back. I've only watched part of Gone with the Wind, but I've never watched it from point A to point B.
We have to take you to a boot camp, man. Like we have to institute like a 2-week supervision period where we re-educate you by
But
watching
you can take me to the
Scar-
cinemas and sit me down for like 2 days straight and watch all the American
Scarface,
classics.
Godfather. Yeah, man. How you are not, in fact, let me put it like this. I mean, you do what you want with this information, but as a fellow American, I can't let you celebrate July 4th in good conscience until you watch, as Aussie Expat puts it here, Scarface, Godfather, Taxi Driver. I think until July 4th,
I wanted
you have to watch these
Godfather. I do, but the thing is, it's not on HBO Max. It's not on Disney Plus, and I'll be damned if I fucking Actually, let me take a look what it is on YouTube. Like what it would cost me to rent all that.
Aussie Expat says MIs are all good. Raging Bull. Did you watch Raging Bull?
No,
Of course. Of course not.
Of course it is.
watch the Thomas Crown Affair though. That's kind of an underrated one.
Which one though? Steve McQueen or Pierce Brosnan?
Pierce Brosnan.
Okay. Well, I mean, it wasn't a bad remake. I will give you that. But Steve McQueen one is a little better.
Lord, have you watched King of Comedy?
No, actually, no.
Scorsese.
No, I did not watch that one.
Dude, you should watch it. It's a great film with De Niro.
Okay, I'll watch
All right,
it.
so it's not that much. I mean, it's $2.99 to rent. So like, if each film's $2.99, god damn, I'm gonna have to like clear out my whole Sunday for this shit.
Evan says replace Scarface with Once Upon a Time in America. That's a good one too. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's it.
Look, I mean, I'm not speaking from from a high chair, so it's all right. I can accommodate Joe, but we have to find him like 4 movies that he has to complete until July 4th to be able to celebrate his Americanness in good
Wait,
conscience.
I've watched the Money Pit. That should count.
No, I mean, no Godfather.
Did you ever see that Family Guy episode where like Peter confesses like when they're in the safe and they think they're gonna drown to death, and Peter confesses like, I never once cared for the Godfather, and like they lay into him, and Peter has no response. He just says, I like the money ball or whatever. He's like, that is my response.
Thomas Broadbent says, what about the Rocky series?
I've watched parts of that. I've never watched them like point A to point B, but I've watched sections of it.
Curly Q2 has nice words here. This, my man, always remember on these live streams. Who else can they say? They served in the Israeli army. Much respect for that. This, serving your country, is the ultimate accomplishment. Much respect. F the trolls.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I did serve, 3 years, and then I made some reserve duty. Yeah.
Aussie Expat says Rocky 1 only. And Meech, have you ever seen the first Rambo?
I actually have. I have. I should rewatch it again because it's been like I was watching that like when I was like 10 years old, which I probably shouldn't have been, but yeah, no, I should rewatch that. But I remember it being a pretty stellar film.
What about Apocalypse Now?
Maybe the title sounds familiar.
The Marlon Brando.
I'd have to at least get the plot. What's the plot?
Well, it's basically a Vietnam War movie where it's basically Joseph Conrad's famous novel Heart of Darkness set in stage for the Vietnam War.
I don't know.
You have the two iconic watches,
similar.
the GMT Master with the popped out bezel and the Captain Willard.
I don't know. I'll probably
worn
need.
by
No, I don't
Captain
think I
Willard.
have.
What
No.
about Full Metal Jacket? Of course, now the rest of the stream is going to be chastising. All right,
I need to rewatch Full Metal Jacket, but I have seen it,
Right.
but it's been a while.
Wait, let me change the subtitle of the show. Taking Joe to task for not watching these 100
Taking Meech
movies.
to the movies. At the movies with Meech.
Joking,
Hey,
but I mean,
Maldives.
honestly, I think honestly, guys, help us in the audience. I think, frankly, we need to decide on 3 movies. So Meech can in good conscience join the American body politic on June 4th. This is part of his essential foundational education for being fully American. How can you not have watched Scarface? How can you not have watched
Oh.
Godfather?
Bring up this watch. Do you know this watch?
Oh, it's the Arnold watch, isn't it? It's
Arnie.
Yeah. And Predator. Predator. Did you wear it in Predator too? I can't remember.
Maldives mentioned Commando. It's a 1985 movie with Schwarzenegger. It's one of my favorite movies. You should watch it. And it has this watch in it.
For some reason, I can remember watching G.I. Jane though. That's a little weird.
Full Metal Jacket. No.
Yeah, like I said, I got to rewatch that. But
you did
I am
watch it.
familiar with it.
Great
It's been a while
movie.
though.
Commando, that's an easy watch. Maldives, welcome back to the channel. Curly Q says, hope you don't, why would I mind? But I have to think it's very, I don't know. Alex says young Meech lived in a different era. Yeah, I mean, I'm an old man, but look, Scarface and Godfather, come on. I think those are timeless movies and they still have some. Oh, got cut off, but she fell from his gigantic pedestal of arrogance. Must be sweet. Oh, this isn't the half of it yet. I'm coming after that ocean guy with vengeance. I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting my turn. Chris Clue says, I also have the Seiko Ani in my collection of film watches. That sounds like a nice collection. Aussie Expert says, Scarface, Unforgiven, Full Metal Jacket, my trilogy. And Jake Brooks quotes, Apocalypse Now, I love the smell of napalm in the morning. Thomas Broadbent says, essential American movies also include Wizard of Oz, check. Pearl Harbor, check. Back to Baton, I haven't watched that one. Dirty Dozen, yes. Platoon, no. Saving Private Ryan, yes. Chris Clues, Bezos. Remember Dr. Strange Love, where the guy writes the bomb?
Of course.
I haven't even watched Silence of the Lamb. That's another one that I hear like it's supposed to be pretty major.
Aussie expat is pouring salt on the wound, saying different era, yes, where movies are literally a click away. So he has, in fact, no excuse now. Great Escape, of course, the Steve McQueen special. Bridge Too Far, River. That one, I don't know which one that is. Major Kong. And BC says this, the Ani watch was the James Cameron before he went with Rolex. He used to wear it all the time.
I know, there are pictures of him wearing it.
Yeah.
12
guys,
Angry Men.
Sorry?
You know it? 12 Angry Men. That's a good film. Do you know it?
No, I haven't watched that one.
Wait, 12 Angry Men? Yes, I have seen that one. Did they do the remake with it with Liam Neeson in it? Or am I?
No idea.
Because I remember I had to sit through that one through history class.
Aussie expat says, hey, let's do favorite quotes. Mine, Tony Montana in Scarface. I kill communists for fun, but for a green card, I'm gonna cover him up real nice. Yeah, for me, it's another Tony Montana quote. He says, You think you get this scar from eating pussy? Because they're trying to make fun of him in that interrogation scene, and it says,
Yeah.
I think my favorite quote in a movie, if you will, is when Tony and Bobby are in the boat, and this is towards the end of the series, and pretty much like they're almost about to go to war, and Bobby Bacala is talking to Tony in this boat in the lake. He said, "You probably don't even hear it when it happens. Just
Yeah.
that's it. Lights are out."
That's a great. And that's
And Tony's like, "Ask your friend on the wall there," and then that's how if you've watched The Sopranos, you know where it goes. I mean, I don't want to spoil anything, but that's probably like the hardest, most realistic quote, and that I've heard in a film in quite some time.
Yeah, man, it's like there's a significance to this quote because it comes afterwards. Yeah. Lord, have you watched The Sopranos?
Yes.
Yeah.
Curly Q has another Scarface quote. "I tell the truth even when I lie." He was doing another movie recommendation earlier, saying very politically incorrect nowadays, but how about Blazing Saddles?
I think I've watched that one.
Little friend.
First you get the power, then you get the money.
No, first
you get
money, then you get the
first
power.
you get the
Right?
money, then you get the power, then you get the women.
And wasn't there a line for respect somewhere between there? Like, first you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the respect, then you get the woman or something? Or am I embellishing?
I don't think it had respect. I don't think so.
It may help Meech to pick early films from iconic directors. That's a great idea, actually. A good way to see their work evolve. And say hello to the bad guy. Yes, Alex Biz. That's a good one as well.
Say good night to the bad guy. Say good night to the bad guy.
Yeah, right. This is his famous exit, theatrical exit from the restaurant.
Yeah.
Hey, we are not really spoiling the movie for. I think Scarface is consensus. I mean, it needs to be one of Joe's movies. But
I've seen enough clips of it to know it's it's worth the time to sit down and watch it.
Of course,
I haven't gotten around to it.
Please look. I mean, you don't have to respect me or take anything I say seriously, but take this one seriously.
I intend to. There's like a list of ever since I got into The Sopranos, I started branching out towards Goodfellas. I want to start watching Yellowstone because their Yellowstone's really good, but it's on fucking Paramount. And I don't want to fucking sign up for Paramount subscription just to watch that. But yeah, I mean, there's a whole list of films I need to watch.
I mean, I signed up for football, for soccer with Paramount, so that's a good resource for me. Guys, we are closing on 3 hours. I think we'll go for a little while longer, but thanks for being here. Thank you for your support and presence. Please hit the like button while you're at it. Subscribe if you haven't. Share the word. Share the link on other platforms. Spread the word, and help me get to 1,000 subscribers to get the channel monetized. And in the meantime, if you want to contribute, if you want to help out the channel, if you want to support me in running these live streams and creating new original and exclusive content, you can always consider a PayPal contribution at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com, and that's my primary point of contact. So if you want something special, something personalized, something more dedicated, feel free to send me a message there. Feel free to send me messages there with some PayPal or Cash App donation if you want me to bring up something during the show. And for the Cash App, I also have $LHVVV, $LHVVV. Another nice quote here. Will Money, Unforgiven. He should have armed himself if he's going to decorate the saloon with my friend.
You watched it? You watched the movie?
Unforgiven, yeah. Mitch, I'm
my,
not even asking.
yeah,
Unforgiven?
Unforgiven? I don't. Possibly. I have to hear the plot.
Mm.
the Western.
Oh, a little off topic, but Dis, you seem like the type. Dis, have you watched the little show called Hunter x Hunter?
What?
Have you watched the show called Hunter x Hunter?
With Al Pacino?
No, never mind. Completely different genre. Completely different genre. It's an anime, but it's actually a well written one, and it they ended the season because one of the voice actors actually passed away from throat cancer, I believe it was.
Mm.
And they ended it probably about 4 years ago, and it's getting, I guess it's getting, it got greenlighted for a second season, which is amazing. What a lot of people are excited for.
You know,
Hmm.
speaking of off topic, I'm gonna actually ask a question. By the way, it seems you're really leaning on that date chest, Joe. You have been wearing it very consistently
Dude,
recently.
I told you, I'm starting to like this fucking thing. As much as I fucking bash the fucker, the
Okay.
date complication is so goddamn nice. It is. And like I said, like I was on my way to the movies, Lloyd,
Hmm.
and in the mall, this girl kind of just casually leans over real quick as we're walking by, and she says, "Nice watch." And then as I'm getting my popcorn, my condiments for my fat ass to sit down in the theater, the dude's like, "Hey, man, is that a Rolex?" And I said, "Yeah." He's like, "Dude," he's like, "That's my first time ever seeing one." And we just carried. I mean, this thing's crazy. I mean, it gets like I said, I'm starting to warm up to it. I'm starting to warm up
Well,
to it.
I mean,
I
look,
gotta be honest.
maybe you just for the first instance, I can say maybe you just looked that good, and the girl was just trying to hit on you.
I
And
could,
stupidly, you went to the movie on your own, little lonely ass, right, Joe? Rather
no,
than
no.
asking that
I
girl.
could say something and be like, no, I'm not gonna say it. This would be a joke for after the stream, honestly.
But no,
But
I
no, I
mean,
mean that's not the first time that this watch has been noticed. I mean,
you're
I've gone
you're
to the
you're warming
DMV
up
with
to it.
it.
You're
Yeah, no, I
warming
mean I've
up
gone
to it.
to a lot of offices, DMV. I've attended some conferences. It's nice to have. It's nice to have for that date complication. The amount of checks I've had to write out this week, which is fucking annoying, because damn, I've spent a lot of fucking money this week. Um, but it's nice to be able to look at that. And I do like the 41, even though it is fucking large. I do like the 41 because the 36 mil, I did get to see one multiple times, and
Mm.
to me, anyways, an elderly man such as myself does have a hard time reading the date wheel on the lady size. Um, so I do prefer the 41.
I have a late 70s ladies size myself, and I do love it. I think they just is actually one of the high points of beautiful simplicity in Rolex. Maybe next to a no date Submariner. I think if I were to have like two Rolexes, period, that would be my entire collection. I would love to have my date chest and my Submariner. I think that could be a great two-piece Rolex collection. And depending on your taste and depending in your interest of any era, I think that's a good two-piece combo meal. Hangebuster.
Yeah, my cousin's seen, so he could have bought one like this, um,
Mhm.
but it was in rhodium. So, and he didn't like the look of it because he said like, and he made it actually a valid point. He said it looks like just a giant chunk of steel, like it looks like it's just a bracelet. Because the rhodium just it blends too much in with all in this configuration. It blends in way too much.
No, it's a very very distinct look, Mitch, because even with the silver linen dial for that 16014,
Just go on, go on. I've got a guest in my house. Anyways,
a 16014, that's also a very monochromatic look. Like it looks just like one piece, like something integrated, right? So I understand what you mean with the rhodium dial. And look, black Rolex style is something iconic. So it's not a surprise to me that people notice it very often when you wear that watch. I feel like they would notice it just as often if you were wearing your Submariner out and about very often. I think you
I
wear it.
don't. I don't
No?
get the sub. The sub doesn't get around here, and I should be thankful for that. But the sub really doesn't get a whole lot of interest.
Okay.
I know guys who wear the 41 sub. I mean, not the 41 subs, the previous gen date subs, and they don't get a whole lot of attention on it. I mean, it's once in a while they'll get called out for it, but not a whole lot.
Yeah, thank you, Curly Q, and good night to you. Congrats on going over 600. Good night, gentlemen, and have a good weekend. You too, Curly Q. Have a good evening. And Ozzy says, yes, rhodium does blend in. It's like champagne dials for gold watches. Pardon me. And JB says, yes, and I love the rhodium Yachty too. And Maldives said earlier, just went back and watched Michelle Pfeiffer in the elevator. Nice.
That's a good scene.
So were you though in the beginning? were you trying to basically see if you would warm up to the watch, if you would bond with it a little more, if you wore it too often, or was it because it was already getting good attention that you kept wearing it?
Well, a little bit of both, honestly. So there's only a handful of watches. Actually, I think there's honestly only one where the connection was instant. It was solid, and I knew that's what I wanted. So the JLC, I've always bashed on because it's a limiting watch, and it really is a one-trick pony. It's strictly a dress watch. The Cartier I have fucking beef with because there's no screw in the
Pun
crown.
intended. Pun intended, because you said pony.
Yeah. I suppose so. The Cartier I've got beef with, along with the Omega, because they both suffer the same thing. No water resistance, and I'm around water more than a fucking fish. And then the Milgauss is a little thicker than what I care for it to be. The thing does get heavy after a while, and you always are bashing it on door handles, car doors, tables, everything, because it's a tall watch. The Explorer right now, because the pins keep fucking sliding out on it. So not every watch, not every watch is always coming off hot off the press, perfect for me. Now, the Datejust, like I said, I've always looked at the Datejust as not a real Rolex. It's what you get when you can't afford a Rolex. It really is the poor man's Rolex. So I've never really had a whole lot of love for the Datejust in general, and I still kind of hold true to that logic, but I've definitely come to appreciate it a lot more since it's getting beat up, it's bashed up. There's a lot of scars on it already. I mean, it looks like it's been put through a fucking blender. But the date complication on it is what sells it for me. And in this configuration, it's really a watch that, you can beat it up and not care a whole lot about. And I wouldn't want it on the fluted bezel because I hear the fluted bezels are a pain in the ass to clean. Because once you get dirt in those grooves, it's hard for it to get out.
Well, I think that just describes also, I like to think that I'm active, but I guess I'm never active enough that I get genuine grime and dirt into the fluted bezel of my Datejust. So
I don't know. I mean, you'd be surprised at how dirty your watch is, like just from an everyday wear kind of perspective. I mean, it's always recommended by ADs that you take off your bracelet at least once a year and clean in between the lugs.
Things get pretty grimy between the lugs, even by daily wear, like you said, for sure. I think that's a good recommendation to clean at least once a year. Kind of give your watch a spa day once or twice. Speaking of spa days, guys, if you want to watch a classic Archie Luxury video, the Reverso Gets a Spa Day, I think was the title, when he's trying to change the straps of his Gigi Lecoq Reverso. It was just too that fucking bastard. It was amazing. He would spend like 15 minutes trying to take off the band. It was great. GB Vol says Datejust is like a 4-cylinder Porsche. And earlier they were talking about rhodium and meteorite dials and whether Rolex has a short supply of them. Aussie Expat says, being an oyster case, I guess, screwed on crown, Datejust is a sports watch too. Great if you treat it as such. And in that configuration as well, smooth
Right.
bezel, oyster bracelet. I think it's sportier and more workhorse like with black dial. It's kind of a non-nonsense Rolex.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think I'd want one in Jubilee, honestly, or the other way around, to where Jubilee fluted bezel. I don't think I would.
I mean, it's like, especially modern Datejusts with fluted bezel, with Jubilee, they're very shiny. They're more like jewelry pieces at that point than
Yeah, I mean,
than
yeah,
a sports watch. I mean, they're not meant to be a sports watch. That's understood. They're really Rolex's line of dress watches, Datejust and Day Dates, classically speaking. But then again, they get a little more dressier with the Jubilee, with the fluted bracelet, whereas Joe's configuration or Cam's 36 with the blue dial, that's also smooth
the
dome
latest
bezel
size.
and oyster. That's also actually kind of a sportier take on Rolex's dress watch. So it's a good spot there. I imagine playing tennis, Aussie Expat says, with a Datejust 36.
Is Cam's stick dial? Cam's a stick dial, right? His isn't Roman numerals.
I think so. Yeah, it's a stick dial. It is.
Because I almost went with Roman numerals, but looking at it, looking back on it now, I don't think I would have. I don't think I would have liked it, honestly.
No. I think if you like, especially like Roman with a lighter shade of dial, that's too dressy for you, probably.
Well,
I think you
Wixon's
went.
Jewelers had one, and it was actually a decent price. So they had a 41 mil. It was Roman numeral from 2018, and
Mhm.
at the time, this one was still a relatively. I mean, most date shops are still fairly undesirable, but this one was fairly undesirable in general. And I think they only wanted fucking hell. What was it, like almost $9,000 on the nose for it? Which I almost bought the fucking thing, but I just couldn't get over the fact that there was no loom on the watch.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's supposed to be kind of a dressier take, anyways, the Roman numerals. So that's why hence no loom. But again, if it doesn't make sense to you, and that's what I thought, that's what I expected. Yeah, but I'm actually glad. I thought it was a good option for you to sell that watch to your cousin, but since his heart wasn't really into that, I'm glad he found something better for himself, and I'm glad you're liking it much better than
Well, yeah,
than
like
initially.
I was reluctant to sell it to him a little bit too, but I mean, look, I mean, if prices kind of shift around a little bit, yeah, I'll probably will dump this at some point, especially if the back row comes in. Because I'm considering an Explorer 2, but definitely not from fucking Crown and Caliber. Uh, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I still do like the watch though. I do. Like I said, yeah, I was fucking harsh on it from the beginning. I still don't respect the Datejust a whole lot, but it does the role for what it needs to do, and it does it well.
I love the severity of this word choice. I don't respect the date.
No, no, like my reps know, like they don't even bother to ask to polish the Datejust or clean it up. Like, so when I walk into my Rolex boutique, if they see I'm wearing the Datejust, they don't even bother. But if I'm wearing like the Yachtmaster, the Omega, the JLC, they'll always ask to clean it. But it's gotten to the point where like they've asked me like once or twice, like, "Oh, do you want us to clean it?" I'm like, "Nah, it's just a Datejust." So like they just stopped asking.
I'm missing Oz in the panel because he's coming in with the jokes. No Loom says you're the kind of person who can pay the electric bill on the reg. Class.
Although I do kind of agree with someone else. I do kind of wish it was a little toned down because even with all the wear and tear, it's still fucking shiny as fuck when you get it in the sunlight.
And what do you say to Dirk's question? Do you wear the date just with the ranching?
Yes, I do. So, honestly, I should have bought this date just a while back ago. But yeah, so I typically, an average day with this date just kind of looks like this. So, fill water tanks early in the morning. So mostly 2 tanks require clean out. So it's submerged in water during that time period. Then do feed, then clean out lops. So it's around dirt, shit, gravel. And then it's just walk the dog, get the dog into the pool, give the dog its exercise, and then tie it up, and then just either mow the lawn, do some mechanical work, things of that nature. So it needs a fair amount of liquids and foreign materials around it, whether it be dirt, gravel, mud, whatever. So, Lord, you're muted.
That's standard fare for all your watches, right? You do that with
Yeah,
all
it
your
is.
Rolex.
It is. Like I said, there's always rare exceptions where I just will not wear a watch in general. There's been a couple times with, when I was lambing that a watch, I had to stop wearing a watch for a few reasons, in which I will not get into, because that was a rough patch. But yeah, there's times where I just won't wear a watch in general.
Mm-hmm. That workload sounds like you should be wearing Tudor.
I did. I used to wear Tudors, but there's no date complications, so I 3 years ago, I would have never even cared about a date complication, but now that things have changed, yeah, I need a date complication.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know. Maybe I have a decent memory. I can usually keep the dates in the back of my mind. I never cared for a date on the dial. I think for the most part, it interrupts the design of a deal. I think most watch designs do better without the dates. One thing I do like about Rolex is they kind of double down on it with the iconic Cyclops. So I actually like that. I don't mind them. That I actually prefer it to something that's just a small date somewhere on the watch that's barely visible anyways. So for me, all that does is to ruin a good design. And I also think, like, especially on an oyster case, this is even more relevant to Submariner. To me, Cyclops, I always looked at it as kind of almost an artistic expression of a drop of water on the crystal of your watch, right? Because this would know this, as a fan of divers watches, that if you get a drop of water on your crystal from the right angle, it serves as a magnifier, basically, right? So I always thought the Cyclops was like a water drop placed intentionally right above the date, so you can actually see it in magnified form. So to me, on an oyster case, the Cyclops makes a lot of sense, especially if it's a Rolex diver. But by and large, I'm not a huge fan of date complications. I think most iconic designs do much better without the dates.
Hey, Lord, I'm dropping a link in a private chat.
Of course.
It's a picture of a 14060 that I might have a chance to purchase.
Okay, let's take a
Can
look.
you can put it up and tell me what you think of the condition? Do you think it's polished, or do you think it's what are your thoughts?
This, I think you
Right.
should just max out the credit card, get into a little consumer debt. Hey, man, it's all cool, man. We're working stuff out.
I want to download it. And so So this is 14060 that this is considering to purchase. Pull it up. By the way, Ozzy says Cyclops is like Cindy Crawford's beauty mark. Dirk says, I like and dislike the fake Cyclops on my Seiko, the candy bar Cyclops. I like that on the King Turtle, honestly. I was washing my windows today and I was wearing my Seiko. I love doing utilitarian stuff, workman stuff, workout with my Seikos. That's my favorite Seiko task. Pull it up. And Shamba Basher, welcome back to the channel. Can I just start by saying that I despise that sort of bead bracelet, especially with that color combination?
The anal beads.
Man. But this is basically right after 2000, right? So it has Luminova on the dial, right? Functional loom.
Swiss made, yeah.
Yeah. So you know what year it is from?
No, he hasn't told me. We can say that it's not from 2006 because then it would have the Rihot, no? So I guess it's between 2000 and 2006 or 5.
And it's is it solid end link? And it's a holes case or not? It's a no holes case.
I don't know actually. I didn't check. I just got this picture from a friend of mine who has it. I didn't inquire about the watch, but just send me the photo. And
for me,
I would immediately say knock off 1,000 for whatever he's asking. So if he's asking like 10 grand, you say, "Nah, you see this picture? Bring this picture. Show this picture to him." He said, "You see this? You see those fucking beads that you had rubbing up against the case, causing all those scratches? Yeah, I want 1,000 off."
Look, I'm usually not the guy who immediately moves away from watches that have been previously polished. I'm sure this watch has seen polish, but not to the extent that it has lost its form, its shape. The lugs are still healthy and fat. I wish I could have photos from the profile, from the side, where I could see, especially if it has holes, you can have a better sense, because if it's a holes case, you can see if the pin is like, almost sticking out, you can have a better sense, because sometimes the angles can play tricks with your mind and you can see a fatter lug than it actually is. But in this case, the lugs seem intact. The bezel itself looks sharp and crisp, so that hasn't lost its characteristic look. Same thing with the crown guards. Like, they still have that sexy curvature. It's all good. That pink bead, oh my god, man. Like, this is, guys, I mean, if you're wearing that kind of jewelry, at least wear a watch that goes with it, not a no-date Submariner. Like, what a cognitive dissonance. Like, you wear aquamarine and pink bead bracelet, and next to it, this like largely all black look of a no-date Submariner. It just doesn't make sense. But yeah, this is solid end link bracelet, Luminova on the dial, very functional, good, healthy case. Get more pictures and figure out what he's asking for, and figure out what year roughly it is from. Um,
Hmm.
I'm guessing. I mean, it's certainly like you said, it's before 2006 and after 2000. That's for sure. But
Yeah.
when exactly?
Okay.
And that can be an interesting way. But I think it looks in good condition. Depends on what he is asking. This could be a deal. And I like, I like how the bezel insert started in a way to fade just a little bit, but it's not full of scratches and dents and dings. In fact, I can't see a significant scratch or ding on the bezel insert or the bezel itself, which is a good sign. There's a little bit of a scuff there, which I like, don't mind actually. I'm a little like that. I don't want something that looks impeccable and possibly remade and refinished.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a good one. This is a good egg, so to speak.
Hmm. Okay. Thanks, man. I inquire further.
Yeah, I mean, tell us more if you like. I mean, I know you are on Watch Nicholas's Discord at least, so if you feel comfortable, once you have more information, post it there, and we can go from there. You don't have to wait until you jump on a live next time. That's what I mean.
Okay. Okay.
And of
Lowball him.
course,
Just remember, lowball him. Just 3,000. Just say 3,000. See where he goes from there.
Yeah. I'm not a low baller, man.
Say it's hard, man. It's hard, man. It's
It's
hard
hard. Yeah.
collecting.
we need Alan to offer his professional haggling service. Amazing. Shamba says, "Hey, Ozzy. Looks okay. I agree with the date range." Shamba says, "Yeah. I mean, look, I prefer a Hall's case, but I think he this told me before that he probably wants to go with a no holes, right? Did you
Yeah.
say no holes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I know Diego at some point was telling me that he would never take off the bracelets from his watches, but he just likes the look of a Hall's case. So, people like these things for any number of reasons, aesthetic or functional. But I think that's a good example. Shamba says, "You've been all up all night." This.
Well, the situation is that my hours are reversed. I sleep in the day and I'm awake in the night. So
Mm.
yeah.
So you're a vampire, just.
Yeah. By the way, holes case on my Omega pre-bond, I have a hole. I have holes. See,
Mm-hmm. This is a
and it's
pre-bond, yeah?
yeah pre-bond. But you see, the bracelet is like integrated. So what's the point
The look. It's a beautiful look.
of a holes case? You like a holes case?
Yeah, I love Hall's cases. Yeah. But it does make sense. Yeah. From an aesthetic standpoint, like why have an integrated bracelet and a Hall's case? But I guess it's some sort of machining thing. They probably made the cases like that and then somehow modified it for the integrated bracelet versions.
Yeah.
Aussie Expat watches. It's only numbers. This just numbers. What do you with the deal?
With being a
Yeah,
low baller.
yeah. At the end, I mean, look. I think there's a again. I will be defensive a little bit because I do very proudly call myself a tire kicker and haggler. So I do. I don't think it says anything about the person's character. I have a very strict budget, and sometimes I see a watch that I like and that I would like to buy, and I don't think it's like, I mean, you are not gonna tell $3,000 like Joe just jokingly suggested for an 8,000,
Oh, you
8,500.
thought I was joking. Okay.
But yeah, look, we talked about this before. You want a no date Submariner, you want a 14060, and you're gonna eventually offload your 16710. And it's not the aim, but you want to replace that watch and have some money set aside. So you want to make the best deal for that. And let's say how much money you will have, 4 or 5K, let's say, after selling, possibly. So aim
Yeah.
at that. Let the lowball offer be that. Write down a wishful thinking price for your 16710. This is what I would sell it for. And then write down the number that you want to keep in your pocket, and let that be your budget for the no date Submariner pre-ceramic 14060. I think that's a good range. You can tell them, for example, I'll sell my Pepsi for, let's say, 13 grand. I'm just throwing numbers out there. 13 grand
Yeah.
or 13 and a half. 13 and a half, and I want to keep $4,500 in my pocket. So if this guy tells you 10K, 11K US dollars, you tell him no, 8.5, and you'll go up to 9. He says no, walk away, because I think in a month, in 2 months, there will still be deals. And these watches, yes, they're discontinued. Obviously, they're not in current production, but they're not exactly a limited run or limited supply. So you will find 14060. I think you should focus also on selling your Pepsi, and decide on a price. Decide on a good price that you would like to get for that.
Okay.
Shamba, I don't think no holes goes all the way up to 2004, 2005. I think no holes for 14060s disappear quite quickly after 2000. Shamba Basher says, you're selling the 16710? No, but don't let it go for less than 11.5 pounds sterling, 11 and a half grand in pounds. Yeah, I think 2003 is for Submariners, more or less, for the end of the no holes, for the end of the holes case. Shamba Basher. Swiss is here. Welcome back, Swiss. Feel free to jump on. Nice to see you. Yeah, we're gonna make sure that I was saying this earlier about making deals, good or bad. One way we can get ahead of it is learning together, learning from each other and keeping each other in check. So Shamba, no worries. We're gonna make sure that this asks for a good price for his GMT Master 2 and gets a good deal on his 14060. I mean, as much as he wants to involve us in all of this, of course, no prying or no butting in, but yeah, let's make sure that you get good deals, man, on either end. Yeah, not every model got rid of the holes case at the same time, Shamba. You're right. With GMT, dates might be a little further ahead. but honestly, there's something I like before the Rejo, before the no holes case. There's just about that look and aesthetic to me that's simpler, more utilitarian, and just more pure in a way. And again, I know I'm romanticizing it a little bit, but that's the feeling that a Rolex watch inspires for me, and that's why, in fact, I have the opposite experience of a lot of fans of contemporary Rolex watches who say, "Hey, older Rolex watches feel like toys." I think the new ones feel like toys because they are bloated up and cartoonish and just too big and unattractive. But that's just me. Again, always the caveat that I know for a fact that for every watch that I don't like or that I even hate, there's at least two people out there who love it, and that's the right watch for them. So all of this is said with respect and love, but it's just how I feel. All right, you cleared your throat, Joe. Go ahead. Tate.
No, I'm not.
Give it to
I'm
me.
not gonna say
Give
anything.
it to me.
No, nope. I got nothing to say.
So did you have a price set at all? Did you start listing that GMT in certain places?
Yes, I listed it for 12 grand.
Okay. Hold your ground. Hold your ground. Don't go below that. Don't go
Wait,
below.
where did you list it? This, I'm just kind of curious here. That way, I can just
Facebook.
put in a bid for like 2,000.
I listed on Facebook, man.
I wouldn't do you dirty like that. This, no, I wouldn't. Or would I? No, I'm just joking.
I feel like you would actually. But... And with that being said, since my suggestion was, as much as you say that's not your priority, decide on like the number that you want to keep in your pocket. With that in mind, what would your budget be for a 14060?
Something around 10 grand, I think.
I mean, with 10 grand, you should be getting a damn near impeccable example, possibly with papers or something.
So I should go down.
Negotiate hard. Negotiate hard. If you can settle for a naked watch, I think you should like 8.5, 9. Like start your negotiations with 8, 8.25, 8.5, and go up to 9 or something. Get a good deal, man. I know, again, you say you don't lowball and whatever, but I think it's a different thing. Like, $2K, $3K for a $10K watch, that is lowballing. But having an 8, 8.5 budget, or that you can stretch to 9, and negotiating, that's a different experience. That's a different kind of game. And I think it's only fair because you're experiencing the market from both ends now, right? So I'm sure people pull all sorts of things already with your listing, that did you get any funny or irritating messages or requests so far?
Yeah, I did. I got lots of low ballers and people saying it's fake, and all kinds of clowns are commenting on
It's fake. On what basis? Like what?
They didn't describe. They just said it's fake. you know. Yeah.
Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Guys, we have about 40 more minutes. We have been talking about today again deals that we made. We talked about the best deals that we made when we were buying watches yesterday. Today, we were talking about the worst. But in general, I think it's a good way of talking about the watch market, what we are willing to part with when we are in the market to get the watch we want so desperately. And this was very generous in sharing some of his worst experiences, and it takes guts to step forward um, and have you possibly picked apart like that. And of course, this is your home, so we are not going to do that to you here. But still, I think it's still I'm grateful for you to share those stories. And I think next time you have a better plan now with both selling your GMT Master and getting your no date Submariner, and just stick to it, if you ask me.
Yeah. I think one of the most important things in life is learning from your mistakes.
Absolutely.
You gotta make mistakes to learn how to avoid them in the future.
No, that's absolutely fair, and I'm glad you're taking that perspective, man, because ultimately you have to let it go. You have to stop beating yourself up about it, and like you said, learn from it, make it a learning experience, and next time you're facing a similar situation, hopefully it will help you in fact make a better decision. And I don't doubt it, actually. In this case, I think you are on the right path. Ozzy says, I half expect 11K for a Kermit, for Kermit for the 50th anniversary Submariner to come all the way down to 11K. Not soon. If that's gonna happen, it's not going to be before the end of this year. Come on. I think you're talking too much with Alan at this point, Ozzy. That's wishful thinking at its best. Shamba Basher says, I love the older references too, but sadly can't afford everything. This is basically all our situation, man. What can we do? And on balance, decided to stick with newish. And that's a great decision. 5 digits are a great sweet spot. I think I'm repeating this too much, but I love him. The 16710 being my only Neo vintage reference. And Expat says, Oz says, 18K for Kermits on Chrono, and that means they are coming down for sure, US. And Ozzy is here. And Shamba says, we all make we all make mistakes. Ozzy.
Hello. Hi, gentlemen.
Hey, man. How are you doing?
Good. Long day. I got the thing framed.
Yeah, the Panda, the Hoya Octavia.
Octavia, yeah.
Yeah. So you're looking. I didn't realize. I thought you had the Hulk already. You also want to acquire a Kermit in due time. Is that what it is?
Oh, it'd be cool. Like if I was looking at that era. Yeah. I mean, yeah. As I said, the friend who introduced me to Rolex, that was the watch that I saw on his wrist. It was the first watch that I talked to someone about.
Do you have any 5-digit Rolexes?
No, I've only got new stuff.
See, Ozzy listens to me. He's smart.
Yeah, I'm about to call off the search for the 1980s GMT or 1980s anything. To be honest, like it's too fucking hard.
Yeah,
and it's expensive. Like people
that
complain about
budget
like
for the
modern
Tudor,
Rolex
right?
has gone up in price. The vintage stuff has gone up in price.
Too bad mine is from 1982, so
Yeah,
you can't make an offer
close.
for mine.
I've yet to see a single 1983 fat lady. Not a single one.
What's from 1982? Your GMT master?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
root beer.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
wow.
after an 83 root beer, but I open the search and alerts to anything in 1983, to be honest, and it's just so few watches pop up. There's almost no chance that there's anything worth me purchasing. Quite frankly, they're quite rare ultimately.
They were this ad, by the way, they were really pushing it, man. Like they were really taking the Bond imagery and kind of repackaging it for an advertisement, and this is where it says the Rolex Submariner is a salty watch. It's the official watch for divers of the Royal Navy. That beefed up oyster case resists pressures down to 660 feet. You'll find it in the cockpits of most ocean racers as hard driving skippers beat down to Bermuda, Hobart, and the Fastnet Rock. How come it's seen so much where the wettest thing around? Where the wettest thing around is a dry martini. Well, guys, if you're sitting at the bar with your Rolex on, you certainly want the wettest thing around not to be a dry martini. But hey, who knows, as the ad says. Maybe it's because the black dial goes so well with a black tie. Ask her. Maybe she knows. And it ends when a man has a world in his hands, you expect to find a Rolex on his wrist.
What year is this? 1965, back when the hard sell was on.
Mm-hmm.
Advertising is just so different now. Even more still, going more for the lifestyle sort of thing. You're not just buying an X, you're buying something next level, but they just do it through images, sort of very Miami Vice.
Mm-hmm.
They should just do the Archie sales pitch. Every man needs a Rolex or he can't call himself a man.
Rolex, Rolex, Rolex. You have to have the distortion and clipping of the audio to get the point across.
I think
And the shoving of the Explorer 2 Polar up against the glass.
I think nothing rivals when he's trying to speak fake German. I think that's like when he's saying Schaffhausen, Schaffhausen. When he had this IWC, he actually mispronounces it too, so it makes it even greater. Like he says, Schaffenhausen. But yeah, I miss when he had the Archie 5 for sure. That's the energy I miss. Archie Luxury around 2012, 2014, 2015. It was good. Good time.
Lord, can we discuss some drama or no drama here?
Depends. If it's too bad, I will shut it down, and hopefully you won't take it personally.
No, I won't, but I want to understand what transpired between Marcelo and you, because I know you really hate him, and I don't understand why.
Well, it's a long story. I really don't want to give any airtime to Marcelo on this channel, but basically,
Okay.
it boils down Can I give you the 2-sentence version? It
Yeah,
boils
sure.
down that he's a very manipulative person, and he takes advantage of people. And at the end of the day, he doesn't even pay respect to them, recognize them for their efforts, and in fact, basically insults you on top of that. Like, I mean, he could have just walked away from this conflict at the end saying, hey, we had our differences. The guy did a lot of work on my channel. He decided to go his own way, and God bless him. And I hope he does his best. That's what I consistently said for a month or so after I departed from his channel. But he came back and picked fights with me, and he decided to talk behind my back, and he decided to spin all sorts of lies and conspiracy theories, and so he made it in a way unnecessarily nastier than it should have been. I did a lot of work for it. I did a lot of work for his channel, for his stream. He didn't recognize it. He didn't pay it in respect. He didn't take any heed of what I said about the direction of the channel. And in an environment when I'm not paid money, I want to be paid in respect. But he actually went above and beyond and disrespected me, which is why I do not like him.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think like this, like just a third party's perspective. I think basically it's not so much mainstream drama. Like this isn't stuff that happened on the Archie stream. It's more the large amount of hours and work and captainship that Lord had over the Marcelo time streams, and then Marcelo just like had no respect for anyone.
Yeah,
his audience, the people helping him, the people actually putting content on the channel. He had just no respect for anyone.
I'm asking because I was away for a few months, and when I went away, there was the Marcelo Time channel, and you, Lord, you were there a lot of time, you were talking, and you were a moderator thing. And when I came back, everybody hates Marcelo, so I don't understand what happened,
Right. Yeah, and Basil says Marcelo laughs after everything he says, so it's okay. Watch Live says, how can I find the Archie stream where, hey, just watch every single stream I've been on? I think you can find at least a 5-minute segment when I'm disrespected. So just go back in time a little bit and refresh your memory. But if you're asking about a specific incident, hey, since we started talking about it, I'm happy to help you out. But if you're talking about the whole ocean stuff that actually happened on Tim Wright's stream under Tim Wright's watch, encouragement, and endorsement. So that's it is what it is.
Okay. Thanks for the explanation, Lord.
Hey man, no worries. It's not pleasant, and I want to really genuinely certain parts of the drama I do want to leave behind. I have a bigger case against some other people. Marcel is actually not one of them. I would rather not have anything to do with him at all. I don't want to pursue conflict with him. But if he asks for it, I'll give him double. I can promise you that. And Fries with Mayo says, I love watches, not egos. Hey, Fries, I'm glad you're here. I do have an ego that needs some checking once every so often by myself and by others. So feel free to do that. But I do have an ego, so no lies here. Unsubscribed from drama and ego channels, but some like it. I'm glad you're still here. But again, feel free to check me whenever you like.
Yeah, I like Lord. I like the fact that your streams are mainly, watches only.
I try my best, man. I try my best.
Yeah.
And again, look, sometimes people think that's boring. Let them. I mean, we are having fun already, and we can have fun in other ways too when we are talking watches. We take all sorts of different paths. But I'm not gonna manufacture conflict and drama just to have fun and entertainment, because like that's second, third rate entertainment, and it's like fourth rate comedy. It's just not, it's not good. Like it really isn't good. It doesn't help expand the
It's
community.
like having a show, except 99% of the show is behind the scenes stuff. It's like, what's happened? I think it's okay to time box some meta, to be honest. Like if something really exploded around, or if like a personality, like one of the dealers or something like that, I think it's okay to address it and say what's happening and so forth. But like to make entire multi-hour sessions over the same point again and again, it's sort of like watching CNN.
Yeah.
I like actually Ozzy's way of approaching this and explaining this, because he comes from a very kind of cold-hearted and rational perspective. I mean, even the terminology, right? You know, he says meta, right? You know, like just the logistical stuff, the behind-the-scenes stuff, the gossip, and the idea that you are talking about the watch YouTube, the Archieverse at large, rather than a specific topic, that yes, that might belong to the show, but don't let it take over the entire show. It's not that good. You guys are not, I'm so sorry, man. Archie, I love you too, but you guys are not that funny. Archie is funny. Bear isn't funny. Tim Wright is the opposite of funny. He's just cringy. You laugh at him, not with him. Anyone else? I'm Marcelo. It's not funny, because you also know that he is a man of relatively average intelligence. I'm trying to be very generous about someone whom I don't like, but I will say that average intelligence, who pretends to be stupid on camera, so people take pity at him, so people feel sorry for him. That's not funny. That's manipulative and miserable. Any other character, say the name, I'll come back to you. These people are not funny. They're not entertaining. Let it go. It's not a good show. Always, storytelling is very simple. Narrative is very simple. Plots are very simple. Hemingway said it best. You write and talk about what you know. You guys are not trained comedians. You have no talent as entertainers. Let it go. Do things that you actually know. Talk about things that you know. Take this as friendly advice.
Yeah, I agree. Talk about what you know. Don't talk bullshit.
Yeah, it is better this way. Guys, I got heated up again. Fries, my ego is coming out. I apologize. But yeah, look, I actually care about the Archie Luxury show. So when it comes up, I need to say something about it, more than just the personalities involved. Archie needs to focus on what he knows best and stop being played around with people around him just to manufacture these sorts of stories that are not even good stories.
Yeah, the Nico and Oishin thing is so boring, man.
I think it's been good to see how a scammer operates. To be honest, like
It's
I
educational.
watch like Jim Brown, he's a YouTuber who exposes scams and stuff like that. And like for him, he needs to hack into these call centers, install these monitors and stuff like that, hacks into the security system, get video and pieces together deep forensics on like how scammers work. O'Sheen just broadcasts it. It's fine. You want to see how a scammer works? Just listen to him. Listen to the excuses he's making, the justifications, the gaslighting, the next step and the next step. Oh, I can't be on stream. I've hired lawyers. Yeah, I've done actually nothing, but I've hired lawyers, and lawyers tell me not to. It's just so predictable. He's the template of a scammer, and you can see it in real time, and how he gets on about his life, you know. And then there's always people who are unwilling to believe that the scammer is a scammer and believe his word for it, that he's the victim in the situation.
That's the amazing part. I mean, like, you know, the guy was basically a victim, even in his encounter with me, which is unbelievable. I mean, it's a stroke of genius, really. But he had a lot of help around, you know, along the way, of course. But the fact that I somehow became the problem, which is an interesting word choice to begin with. I somehow became a parasite, as he exactly called me. It's really fascinating. Watch Life says, let's lay into that racist ocean. Can't stand him. Third-rate musician who steals people's money. Yes, man. I mean, imagine it. But the only angle on the story that makes me take some pity on him is, imagine being a middling musician with a failed career where you were at least touring, you know, where you had the spotlight on you for an hour at a time at most. And again, he was the bassist, right? You know, usually the uncoolest member of any music band at any rate, zero charisma. But imagine how desperate he must be for just the slightest bit of attention that he's getting on YouTube. That's why he can't help himself. Like Ozzy says, he's just out there broadcasting what kind of character he really is. And he's not even aware. He's not even self-aware enough to check himself, to keep himself back, because he's just enjoying it too much. For a narcissist, being in a spotlight, even in a negative way, is better than being forgotten. And he suffers from this. And it will be his unmaking. Con artist is more appropriate, I believe. Allegedly, yeah. The rent is due. Hey, I mean, speaking of which, I think this was a decent way of doing meta at the very end, as by way of closing. You know, we took a little bit of time. We have another 20 minutes or so, you know, where we can wrap up the watch talk. But this was actually good. You know, I don't feel I don't feel the best talking about this stuff, but I guess it's good to talk about it once every so often. It's good to get things out there, and thanks for, you know, making that possible by asking the question.
Lord, what do you think of the Tissot PRX?
I like it. I love it. It wears so well too. I think Marco just got one as well. A cool watch, man. It's in the secondary market. I think you can get it for less than $500 now. Like on eBay. Let's take a quick look on eBay and see if I can find it. But I want to see if I can still see Marco's little story post. Yeah, I think it's still there. Yep. Let's see.
I think Tissot are like offering something that should excite a lot of people at that entry level point that Tissot is at, right? I mean, they're making a compelling watch that should pop for a lot of people.
Yeah, look, I mean, I like it. I like it because it's also, look, it is an outplayed genre, right? The integrated bracelet sports watch with a blue dial with some cool design element on the dial that really feels like some take on the Royal Oak's tapisserie design. Sure, you know, it's not original, it's not groundbreaking, it's nothing new. But to offer that with a decent movement, with I think the 80-hour power reserve, right? That's what the name means. The bracelet feels nice on the wrist. It feels comfortable. It doesn't pinch. It's not strange. I don't know if I would get one, but whenever I put it on, I was like, this is like, for the secondary market price, especially, like if you can get one around 500 or right under 500, this is a good watch for that kind of money.
Yeah, on Amazon they don't budge in price at all, really. No prices below 630.
eBay, I think I found a few deals, but again, I know not everyone likes doing watch business on eBay. I got some great deals in the past. Still,
Well, as a first nice watch for someone, they're not really going to go that route.
I understand. I mean, but this doesn't, that's the thing, Ozzy. I'm actually saying this the way I talk about my Seikos in many ways. For me, Tissot PRX is actually something you can add to a decent collection. I don't think it has to be the first watch or one and only watch. I think it's something that even you and I can consider buying. Again, I'm not saying you should or I should, but I think it could be long.
I don't know. For me, that would be a little tougher. Like, I kind of need something that has more than a pretty face, like I'd be more inclined to pick up like a Hamilton khaki field watch or something like that. And objectively, this is nice, got an integrated bracelet and everything. But it's just I kind of need to add it to my collection at this point. I need it to be more than just a pretty face. I need a lot of extrinsic value.
You really are a true acolyte of TGV with that Hamilton khaki example. Come on, man.
Really? I don't have one, but I mean, it just strikes me, and that sort of like, I can get a khaki field for like 400, and I think I would be more excited about that watch.
So there's a listing in Canada, for example. It's $695 Canadian, 538, and it also accepts offers. Right here. This Tissot PRX Powermatic steel with the blue dial, and $695 Canadian, approximately 538.18, and you can make an offer as well, free from Quebec, Canada.
And that's new.
Yeah,
that's really good. Yeah, I could see. Oh, geez, seller rating 29. But yeah, I could definitely do, like, back in the day when I was buying something and I, represent a huge chunk of my money, which this is for, a lot of people, entry level, if you're young, you're in college still or something. Yeah, I'd say eBay new is a reasonable route to go down. I remember buying my G-Shocks from eBay back when I bought them when I was in college.
Yeah, I got I got all my Seikos from the internet. The last one actually lightly used from the King Turtle green. I got it from eBay, $350, everything included, right? When all was said and done with the tax and the shipping that was added to it, full set, still, the box and papers, whatever it means when it comes to Seiko. But I got it for less than $350, and it was a great deal. And I don't know. I think I'm not sure if I would buy it. I do quite like it. I think it's quite a lot of watch for around this particular price, and even for the list price, it's not too bad. And actually, look, You don't always have to negotiate deals when you're buying a 10K watch. You can still ask for a discount if it's a $700 watch. Just don't expect that to put you in good stead as a soft purchase from a dealer, right? Go in with the knowledge that you might strike a deal for this, but it won't really make you any friends with that particular authorized dealer.
I did talk to my SA about this briefly. Well, I didn't, but we had a conversation that resulted in us talking about Hamilton as that sort of price point for a dealer that also sells Rolex and even Vacheron Constantin. The someone buying a Hamilton, they almost look at that as a waste of time.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not actually a soft purchase. It's not even a start. It's almost a negative, actually. The way that they were talking about it anyway, where they've worked with a customer for a while and then they get out cheaply by buying a Hamilton. It was like, I spent all that time with that damn customer and all they did was buy a Hamilton at the end. It's almost worse than them just walking out and not buying anything.
Yeah, I can see that. I've been given that treatment in some luxury stores, where I take like 2 hours to walk out with one tie or one watch strap that I like. If you are not with your usual person, it can be a grading experience on both ends. It doesn't feel good. They don't make you feel good. And I'm sure. Look, I mean, I've been in the sales before, so it's not the easiest job. So I do empathize with them. I've had my worst share of experiences as a customer too. So it's not pretty. Sorry. Very nice piece. And Tissot has amazing history with the SSIH merger with Lemania and Omega in the 1930s. Yes, that was the joint venture. Beautiful story there that leads all the way into the 3-2-1 movement, of course, that was powering the moon watch that actually went to the moon. What Doc BBW says about it, notwithstanding. So you were saying something, I think, Oz.
Yeah, I was like, Tissot was probably one of the first brands that I really coveted. I never ended up getting one. I ended up getting G-Shocks at the time, but I remember the ads in Australia. We had ads for the T-Touch, and I don't know how, but I saw a video of the T-Touch working, whether it was an ad on TV or something like that, because certainly YouTube didn't exist back then. This would have been for mid-90s. And yeah, the T-Touch kind of blew me away. It was really cool that you could touch the surface of the sapphire and of the crystal, and it does stuff. It's a really cool technical watch, but looking back at it, it's really ugly. And I mean, ones back then, the crystal was tiny back then, if I recall.
It's kind of amazing that they developed this technology, right? Like in the 20th century, like 1999. It's very futuristic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. I'm not completely unaware of anything other than a smartwatch that does something similar.
Yeah. So what does it actually do that you can do with
it alters it alters the mode. Basically, it's mode selection, and then from there the hands do whatever it is that you want to do. Like, I think there's actually a compass mode, and I have seen a watch do the compass mode with a quartz movement, and it's sort of juddery, but it does work. Like, if I remember, like, you move the case, and then the hand will take like a half second to realize that it's not in the right position, and then move over. So it is interesting, but yeah, it works. I thought it was just very cool, like just very technically very cool.
Yeah, I mean, look, one of my first watches was a Swatch. Well, I think it was my first proper watch. It was a Swatch Diver, and I thought that that rotating bezel was the shit, man. I mean, it was so much fun just to fidget around with it to begin with. But like, the idea that you could turn around and time things at that age to me was like, mind blowing.
I don't think I had a diver until, geez, I don't know. It might not have been that long ago. I had a lot of watches, but they were never a diver because I was always getting like G-Shocks or something like that, or simpler sort of field style watches.
SV Tank says best way to get a good deal on a Tissot is one of the big Macy's sales. Good call. You still get a great price, but it is technically from an authorized dealer. That's a good point. And Fries with Mayo says, my beautiful Tissot was a 62 16 1939 Le Mania CH27. That's the base that gave us 321 among others. Yeah, let's pull up that watch. Tissot 62. Nice. That's actually a beautiful watch. I mean, this is a later example from the 40s, so I don't know if it necessarily corresponds to what Fries has, but this is a very cool vintage chrono.
Talking about Swiss shooters. This was my birthday present as well.
You had a
Amazon link. So I in private. You know how I did like the wet shaving thing. I got a razor, and I'm going to return a lot of razors over here. And so I asked my chef friend, like, what? I'm sick of having substandard kitchen knives. Like I've got ones now that feel nice, but they don't hold an edge. And my friend's an executive chef at MGM, and I asked him, "Do you buy anything like that?" He's like, "No, nothing like that." I said, "Not even like your knives or something?" And he goes, "No, nothing like that." I said, "Well, what knife do you use?" Victorinox. They're really good, affordable. They're good. So yeah, hopefully I've just bought the last knife, and yeah, I think these are like $44.
That sounds fucking menacing, by the way you put it. But yeah, I bought the last for the perfect crime.
You're gonna hate these.
What? No, I've got it. I like it.
Okay, never mind. The deed is done.
What's the issue?
I've got a buddy who he went to school to become a chef, and he bought these Victorinoxes as well. And within 5 months, he said, "No, never again." He said they just, for him anyway, they just didn't hold an edge very well. They felt uncomfortable. Now, I suppose two different schools of thoughts. He was doing this a lot, so he always had this knife. I don't know. I don't know what your routine is like, but I can't imagine you'll be standing on your feet for 5 hours a day chopping up onions, melons, peppers, stuff like that.
My chef friend said, I mean, they would have to sharpen it once a week, and I'm like, once a week, and you're in a professional kitchen for 6 days a week. That sounds pretty good to me.
I mean, what is a professional kitchen nowadays? I mean, McDonald's is a professional kitchen as well, but
Well,
I get what you mean.
MGM, so these are pretty high-end restaurants. Not Michelin star, but Michelin star doesn't do volume, right?
Where else do you get to talk about Tiffany blue handguns, boxing, Tiffany blue accented boxing gloves, and now knife talk? This is truly in the spirit of Archie Luxury 2012, old school. We talk about watches and everything else and try to do it in style. Guys, thank you for being with us tonight. It's almost midnight. Thank you for your support and presence in the chat. Thank you to my wonderful panelists, Smoke and Joe, Oz. You guys are amazing. Thank you for being here. I want to respond to your question, HK, before we log off, but let me get through this. Again, guys, spreading the word and sharing the link on other platforms is the best way to help this channel, the best way to expand this community. I will also, again, if you haven't done it yet, subscribe to the channel, like the button to increase exposure. Follow me on Instagram because, again, these things spread, as you know, exponentially. So if you have not yet followed me on Instagram, follow me there. And once or every so often, well, at some point I will start advertising the channel on Instagram as well. I just want to wait for the right moment. So until then, help me build up the Instagram account as well, which is also something I started in February along with this channel. So it's coming along okay, but it can be better. But once again, please help me get closer to 1,000 subs by sharing the link, by spreading the word. Talk about the channel on other platforms, on other channels. Tell your friends, and let's get the ball rolling. Again, that's all in the way of getting the channel monetized. So if you want to help now, if you want to contribute to the channel, if you want to support the work I do and encourage me to create more exclusive and original content, you can always consider a PayPal contribution, and that's at lordtelespontv@gmail.com. lordtelespontv@gmail.com, my primary point of contact. So for anything personalized and more custom, you can always write to me there. I also have a Cash App, which is $LHVVV, $LHVVV. That's all in the crawling ticker and in the video description. So let's get to HK's question before we close. Just put my name AD at the AD for the stainless steel EP, I guess Explorer 36. Suspected time is 1 year, no prior history. You mean Explorer, right, HK? Look, I think actually we were talking about this in another way, right? When we were talking about this is exchange deal. I think Explorer is actually as time honored and as important it is within the Rolex lineup. I think it's a watch that has its own enthusiasts, so that can make it both very hard to get immediately, but also can create windows of opportunity every so often, because it's not the kind of watch that everyone goes after and that everyone wants. Even that 36 millimeter size is a put off for many. So I think one year is not unrealistic. If they told you that they could deliver it within a year, you might even get it earlier.
Which country are you in, HK? There's another YouTuber who started a relationship with an AD about 3 months ago, and he got the Explorer 1, and that was his first Rolex purchase ever. And UK is a tough market, so I imagine the Explorer is possible. You just got to work with the SA. Like, they have to remember your name. Like, it doesn't matter how available it is if they don't remember you when it ends up in the allotment that comes that week.
OC as in Orange County, HK. Yeah, man. I mean, there are a lot of Southern California. It can be a blessing and a curse, because some of the fancy big time ADs have a lot of high rolling clients, but high rolling clients are not necessarily going after every single Explorer that's allocated to those ADs. And there's so many different ADs in the Southern California area. So next to me. Yeah, man. It's nice to have you close by. I think, yeah, open up your chances, man. Visit a few more ADs and ask around. But for an AD to tell you in Southern California that they can deliver you an Explorer before the end of the year, or rather within a year, I think that's not unrealistic at all.
Yeah, if I was in your shoes, I'd be going to every AD that I possibly could. Try find the SA that you click with and see what happens. As I said, it's the Explorer is a confusing one in terms of like, is it accessible or not? The answer is like yes and no. There's certainly no restrictions in some places, and sometimes it's in high demand in some places, and sometimes it's going to go to a first-time buyer. I'd make no assumption about going to a high-end AD versus the small-time jewelry store about which one could deliver that one. It's all possible.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, go to a few different spots. Sorry, Joe. Go ahead.
No, it was me.
Okay. Go ahead.
I don't know about Rolex IDs and relationships and time, but I can tell you that I have two friends who had no purchasing history at all in Rolex at a certified AD, and they signed down their name for the Rolex Explorer 36, the new one, and they got it in a few months. They bought it. So it's Israel. I don't know. Maybe in other places it's different, but in Israel it's not hard to get this Rolex, this Explorer.
That's a little surprising
Explorer
too.
is not hard to get. It's the new 36 mil size is not well received. And I look. I know I joke. No, I mean serious. I know I joke, but not too many people like the new 36 mil. They go crazy for the old 36 mil, but they don't like the new 36 mil. I've heard a lot.
I don't know
of people
what objective fact you're basing that on. I mean, the new Explorer 36 is the first time that an Explorer has been allocation only. So,
I mean, people just don't like the lady size. I mean, I can't say I blame them.
Well, I mean, it's the most popular Explorer ever, objectively.
HK says, do you believe age plays a role? I'm only 20, not sure if I get taken seriously enough.
Kind of.
It does. Yeah, absolutely. Someone who's 20 is far less likely to have the money, and they're far less likely to have the money to make multiple purchases. Now, if you're not pretending to make multiple purchases or whatnot, then it's not really a disadvantage. It's just a correct soul read, I guess.
I think,
but if you do have the money to make multiple purchases, then it probably is a disadvantage because they're going to assume you can't.
HK, I mean, I wanna put it like this. I'm not gonna say it doesn't play a role, but just recognize that it's one of the factors, right? Don't let that discount you. Don't let that take you away from the conversation altogether. As I tried to say, and as Ozzy said as well, drive around. Basically register your interest in as many ADs as you can. And the most important thing is, again, we talk about ADs, and Ozzy was one of the first to consistently say this. No, talk about sales associates. Find people that you click with at some level, at a human level, and for that, go to more than one AD. And at one of the ADs, you'll find a sales associate for whom the fact that you're a 20-year-old would matter much less, or maybe not at all, because you are enthusiastic about this particular watch. And he, in his mind, entertains the idea, if he is an older person, especially an older sales associate, that person can entertain an idea, oh, maybe I may have a lifetime customer here in my hands. I'm saying older people because younger sales associates, again, it might be just a sales job for them. They're not necessarily imagining an entire life or even 10 years selling Rolexes, so they might not treat you the same way like that. But hey, broaden your horizons, go to as many ADs as you can, find a sales associate who speaks to you, speaks with you, with whom you find a common ground, a human connection, and go from there. But still, register your interest in more than one place. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. And if you revisit, make sure you try and figure out, make sure you get the SA's name from the AD. And when you visit, make sure that they're there. Like, go ahead, call up. Is blah, blah, blah there? It's like, oh, do you want to put them on the phone? It's like, no, well, I'm going to come down lunchtime. Something like that. Just don't waste your time skipping from SA to SA.
Yeah. And I like that sports jacket. I like that sport coat you have in your avatar there. So wear that once every so often, or wear. I think that's a cool look. So, but yeah, seriously, I do like that jacket. So enjoy it. HK says definitely will buy more in the future. One every few years, hopefully. God bless, man. Hopefully in good health
good.
and wealth. Jamie says buy donuts. We have scaled up, Jamie.
He hasn't whittled down to which AD yet, so I wouldn't.
We have scaled up. Now it's macaron. Now it's something more exotic, perhaps, like
we've done
something
macarons, the Krispy Kremes. I've done pies and wine. Fuck me dead. The regular bakery over here.
HK. One every few years. That I hate to break it to you, that means pretty much nothing to the SA. You got to remember, these are salespeople. They have monthly targets. They're not really concerned about where they're going to be in 3 years from now. You would be lucky if your SA was still with the AD after 1 or 2 years. Like, the big risk for me is, like, like if it was anything beyond, like, not actually a friendship, I've got a lot of time spent on the relationship with my SA. They don't have to work for that company. You know what I mean? Like, just, they had their entire management chain replaced 2 months ago. I mean, so an SA staying with the same company, like, who knows?
and I mean, Ozzy is committed. Like, the only reason he lives in Las Vegas, for example, is to be able to buy these Rolexes. Otherwise, he hates the damn place.
Yeah, I was there in Seattle. I was like, honey, I need a Rolex. And I looked at which city had the most ADs for their population and average income. Las Vegas is the best.
You think he's joking, but the guy actually, his mind works that way. So even though he put it out as a joke, I actually believe that this was his reasoning. All right, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Again, thank you for your support and presence. Like, subscribe, click the bell icon, spread the word, tell all your friends. If you want to contribute, PayPal is at lordhellespontv@gmail.com. Cash App is $LHVVV. That's there in the ticker. That's there in the video description. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being here. And thank you to all my great panelists, Joe, Dis, and Ozzy. I will see everyone tomorrow at the same time. And until then, goodbye and good luck with your future watch deals.